Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from, also what time is it. There's something about old towns that feels off. Maybe it's the way time hangs heavier there, like the air itself remembers every scream, every prayer, every shadow that should have disappeared. The town of Durham was exactly that. A place the world seemed to have forgotten, buried deep between crumbling hills and blanketed by forests so thick the sun looked reluctant to break through. You wouldn't find it on any modern map, not anymore. But people still lived there, or at least things did. It started with a letter. No return address, no stamp, just my name, Jude Marrow, scratched onto the yellowing envelope like someone had clawed it in with a bone, dry stick. It arrived 2 days after my mother died. The contents: a single sheet of paper, typewritten but old, faded as if the words were ashamed to be read. It said, "He's awake. Come home, or he'll come to you." I hadn't been to Durham in 22 years. I didn't even know if anyone from the old place still breathed. My mother never spoke about it. She pretended Durham never existed, like it was something she peeled off her skin and buried beneath new identities, new cities, new stories. But I knew she was born there. I knew I was born there, too. And I knew something happened that made her run like hell and never look back. The thing is, when you lose your last parent, something primal kicks in. You start clawing at your roots, no matter how rotten they might be. So I went back. The drive took 10 hours. The last 3 felt like plunging into a world slipping out of the real. Trees stretched like prison bars. My GPS cut out. My phone froze. And when I reached the rusted sign that once proudly read, "Welcome to Durham," someone had scrawled over it in red, jagged letters, "Tichi Mandit no Titus Hananjir." I told myself it was kids. A prank. But deep down, something old and cold stirred in my stomach, like a memory that never really left. I'd heard those words before. Somewhere, long ago. I parked outside my childhood home, or what was left of it. The roof sagged, windows were broken, the paint peeled off like dead skin. Nature was reclaiming it. But the door, it was open, just slightly. The inside smelled of damp wood and something else, like copper, like old blood. I stepped inside and froze. On the living room wall, in thick black ink, was a mural. Not graffiti. No, this was deliberate, careful, obsessive. It showed a man, or something like one, too tall, limbs wrong, mouth wide, no teeth inside, just smooth, slick gums and a tongue too long to belong in any mouth. Around him children, holding his hands, smiling. But the children had no eyes. I turned and ran back outside, gulping air, my heart slamming against my ribs like it wanted out. That's when I saw her, old woman, standing across the street, her face hidden beneath a wide hat, her spine hunched like it carried centuries. She raised a finger, bony, shaking, and pointed at me. Then she whispered something, no louder than the wind, but it punched through the air like thunder. "He chewed your name. Boy, you shouldn't have come." I shouted at her, "Who are you? What are you talking about?" But she just turned and vanished behind the trees like a dream melting into the woods. That night, I stayed in a motel on the edge of town. The clerk didn't speak, just stared. His skin was gray, eyes sunken. I swear he hadn't blinked once. When I asked for a phone or internet, he just shook his head and slid me a key. Room 6, cold, damp. Smelled like someone had blood in the walls. I couldn't sleep. Not really. I kept hearing it. A sucking sound. Like someone gumming their way through raw meat. It came from the closet, then under the bed, then inside my head. At 3:11 a.m., my door creaked open on its own. Nothing stood there. But I swear, I felt breath. Warm and wet on my face. Something rasped near my ear. "Found you." I left the motel before sunrise. The letter had mentioned someone, E.M. I figured if I found whoever wrote it, I might get some answers. But Durham didn't have a phone book anymore, or a library, or people. Most homes were abandoned. Some looked like they'd been empty for decades. Others I wasn't sure. One had dolls nailed to every tree outside, their faces burnt and melted. Another had a mailbox stuffed with teeth, human teeth, all molars. The post office was still standing, barely. Inside, dust blanketed every surface like ash after a fire. But behind the counter, tucked under a stack of yellowing envelopes, I found a photo. It showed a group of children standing in front of a school, all smiling, all missing teeth. Not from natural loss, from something else. Their mouths were bloody, torn, and behind them, barely visible in the fog, was a shape. Tall, grinning, no teeth. On the back of the photo, Durham Primary, 1979, last class. My mother would have been 10 then. I felt sick. I was about to pocket the photo when I heard it again. That wet sucking noise. Closer this time. Too close. I turned. Nothing there, but the dust behind me was disturbed. Footsteps, leading toward me. I ran, bolted through the door and straight into a man. He caught me by the shoulders. "You're Jude?" I nodded, panting. He looked around like he expected shadows to lunge from them. "Name's Ellis. Ellis Monroe. I wrote the letter." His house was the only one that looked alive. Candles burned in every window. Salt lines on the door frames, strings of bones, chicken maybe, hung like wind chimes. Inside, everything was old but clean. It smelled of herbs and fear. "I knew your mother," he said. "We were kids together, back before the feeding." I asked him what that meant, who the man with no teeth was. He paused, then said the words like a prayer. His name was Shearer. That's what they called him. He came out of the ground one winter, dug himself out with his gums, they said. He doesn't bite, doesn't need to, just chews. Like a calf with cud. Only what he chews stays alive. Feels every second. That's the curse. I didn't believe him. I couldn't. But something in his eyes, raw, haunted, told me he wasn't lying. He picks a name every 20 years. Just one. That's how he stays quiet. Just one soul chewed every score and he sleeps. But if that soul runs, he gets hungry. Real hungry. I asked, almost afraid to know. Who did he pick this time? Ellis didn't answer. Just slid a paper across the table. It was the same type of sheet my letter was written on. And in the center, a single word. Jude. My name. He picked you. Probably cause of your mother. She ran last time. But she gave him something. A trade. You? I wanted to scream, punch, cry. But all I could do was whisper. What does he want? Ellis shook his head. To chew. And he'll find you. Doesn't matter where you hide. But maybe, if you find the old church, the real one, the one beneath the town, you might trap him. If the seal's still there. What seal? I asked. He opened a drawer, pulled out an old map. Durham looked different. Bigger. Roads that no longer existed. Forests where houses now stood. And at the center, drawn in red, a church with no name. They buried it. Tried to forget. But he never left. Just got better at hiding. I told him I needed to see it. He said I should wait till morning. I didn't listen. The forest around Durham is thick. Too thick. Trees lean in as if whispering secrets to each other. The path Ellis marked was gone, swallowed by time and moss. But I followed my gut. An hour in, I found it, or what was left. Stone steps leading down into the earth, covered in vines, each step carved with symbols, faces, mouths open, no teeth. I should have turned back, but something pulled me forward. Curiosity, madness, fate. At the bottom, a door, rusted, cold, but not locked. I opened it. Inside was darkness, but not the kind you can light. This one felt alive, breathing, watching. I took one step in, then another, then I heard it. That same noise, wet, hungry. Closer now, so close. And from the dark, a whisper. You taste like her. I turned to run. But the door slammed shut, and something chewed. Darkness doesn't scare most people until they realize it has weight. That's what hit me first. The weight of it. Like someone had dropped a wet blanket over my body, pressing against my chest, squeezing behind my eyes. The pitch black space beyond the rusted door wasn't just absence of light. It was something else. Something alive. It made the air taste like rust and mold, like damp wood sealed too long beneath a coffin lid. I couldn't see a thing, but I heard everything. The drip of water, the low scrape of something dragging across stone, and that sound again, the wet, mindless chewing. Not fast, not rushed, but slow, deliberate, savoring. I didn't know how long I stood frozen. Could have been minutes. Could have been hours. Time felt bent in there. But I knew one thing for sure: I wasn't alone. The whisper still rang in my ears, like it had been hissed straight into my brain. You taste like her. Her. My mother. She'd run, traded her own blood for mine, and it seemed Shearer had never forgotten the flavor. Somehow, he'd waited, just like Ellis said. Waited patiently, knowing that one day I'd come back. That one day, the roots she'd tried to tear free would drag me home. I backed up, hands searching for the door, hoping, praying it was just stuck and not gone. My palms hit metal. Relief surged, then vanished. The handle was slick, wet. I yanked it anyway. Nothing. It didn't budge. The chewing grew louder. Closer, like someone circling me slowly. The smell of bile and blood clung to the air. I dropped to my knees, crawling, groping through the black, heart slamming in my chest like it wanted to tear through my ribs and escape. Then something brushed my hand, flesh. But wrong. Not skin, not bone. It felt soft, like overripe fruit, yet it pulsed, and it twitched. I yanked my hand back. A low, gurgling giggle filled the room, like the laugh of someone who'd forgotten how to sound human. I stumbled forward, tripping over a ridge in the floor. Pain bloomed in my ankle. I bit back a scream and forced myself up again. Somewhere ahead, the chewing stopped. Silence. Then a voice, not a whisper this time, but a wet, guttural groan that seemed to scrape against the walls. Judy. I turned and ran. My eyes adjusted enough to catch glimpses. Flashes in the dark. A broken pew. Crumbling stone. A massive mural half consumed by mildew and rot, but still visible dozens of children with torn mouths and empty eyes, kneeling before a grinning man with slick, pink gums stretched wide. At the center of the room, something shifted. A mass. No form. Just movement. It pulsed, breathing in and out with a sick rhythm, like a giant heart made of melted skin and twisted limbs. I ducked behind a crumbled wall, heart rattling in my throat. That thing. It wasn't walking. It wasn't crawling. It was sliding, slurping along the stone like it was dragging itself forward with unseen limbs. And from within it, faces. Faces trapped under its skin, pressing out, silently screaming. Some were fresh. Some were rotted. All of them still alive. I saw a pair of eyes blink beneath the flesh, lips trying to mouth help. I screamed. The thing surged. Instinct took over. I scrambled into a narrow passage beside the altar, squeezing through a slit in the stone that tore my shirt and scraped skin from my arms. Behind me, the chewing started again, fast now, eager. I didn't dare look back. The passage was tight, winding downward. I slipped once, falling hard, my shoulder slamming into cold rock. The pain almost made me black out, but I forced myself to crawl forward until I tumbled into another chamber. This one was smaller, drier, lit, faintly, from a hole in the ceiling where moonlight spilled through a crack. At the center stood a stone table, covered in symbols, old ones, the kind that made your stomach twist just looking at them. On the table lay a book, leather, bound, its cover cracked and flaking. I reached out. My fingers hesitated. Then I opened it. Drawings, stories, warnings. They called him Shearer because that's what he did. Sheared souls, peeled them slowly, not for death, not for torture, but for chewing. It was a ritual, a cycle, a pact made long ago when Durham was just starting. Something went wrong. A child disappeared, then two. The town panicked, begged the earth for mercy, and the earth gave them him, a being they could feed, keep asleep. But always hungry, always waiting. Names were chosen. Every 20 years, one child. No more, no less, a sacrifice. Not killed, not eaten, but offered alive to be chewed forever. Because death would be mercy, but chewing, it kept them awake, trapped in flesh, feeding the thing that should never have been born. The last name on the list, my mother's, 20 years ago. But she ran, broke the pact, paid a price, and now it was my turn. The book slipped from my fingers. I backed away, nausea crawling up my throat. Somewhere above, the chewing had stopped again. Silence crept in, worse than sound. Then, a whisper. There you are. From the shadows, something moved. Not Shearer, not the pulsing thing from the main chamber. This was a man, or used to be, Ellis. His face was twisted, one eye drooping low, his lips chewed ragged, bleeding down his chin. I tried. He slurred, swaying. Tried to warn you. But it's too late now. He knows, always chews. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Blood poured from his mouth, thick and dark. I dropped beside him, trying to help, trying to hold him still. But then, I saw it. Something was inside him. His belly bulged, wreathed, like rats crawling just beneath the skin. His mouth stretched open, wider, impossibly wide, and from inside, a hand reached out, slick, pink, no nails, just fingers. Chewing sounds erupted from inside Ellis. His ribs cracked, then snapped as something forced its way out. I ran, climbed, didn't care about the pain, didn't care about the blood soaking my clothes. I needed out. Somehow I reached the entrance. The rusted door, it was still closed, but this time it opened when I pulled it. I stumbled into the forest. Cold air hit me like freedom. I didn't stop running, not until I reached town. Not until the sun started rising. I made it back to the motel. Room 6 empty. No clerk, no lights, nothing. I slammed the door shut, locked it, pushed a chair under the knob, and collapsed on the bed, heart still hammering. I didn't sleep. Couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw them. Faces trapped beneath Shearer's skin, eyes blinking, mouths chewing, and that voice, you taste like her. Morning brought no relief. I stepped outside, determined to leave Durham behind. But my car was gone, not stolen. Gone, vanished. And in its place, on the asphalt, a single tooth, a molar, still warm. I looked up. Across the street, the old woman from before stood there again. This time, she smiled. Her mouth was empty. No teeth, just gums. She raised a finger and said, "You can't run, Jude. Not anymore. The chewing never stops. Not once it starts." Then she vanished. Not walked away. Vanished. I turned and screamed. Because behind me in the motel room, chewing sounds began again. Louder, faster, coming closer. The chewing didn't stop. Not after I ran back into the motel room. Not when I pressed my hands over my ears until they bled. Not even when I crawled into the bathroom and shut the door behind me like a child hiding from the thunder. It was there, constant, wet, deliberate. A rhythm that bypassed sound and sank straight into my skull, chewing and chewing like it was right inside my bones. I stared at myself in the mirror, pale, soaked in sweat, eyes wide with the kind of terror you don't recover from. And for a moment, I thought I saw someone else staring back. No, not someone. Something. It grinned. A wide, horrible stretch of flesh where teeth should have been, but weren't. Only smooth, pink gums and a tongue that twitched like it was tasting something it wanted to devour. Then it blinked. Not me. It. And I turned and vomited into the sink. I had to get out, the motel room, the town, the forest. It was closing in like a trap, like I'd walked into a mouth and now the jaw was shutting behind me. But how? My car was gone. No phone signal. No people. Only that old woman. That cryptic warning, and the tooth left behind like a promise, or a marker. That's when I felt the itch, low on my back, near the base of my spine. I scratched it absently. It was swollen, a bite, a blister. I lifted my shirt, twisted to look in the cracked mirror, and saw it. A bump, maybe the size of a coin, round and angry red, but beneath the skin, white, something hard. Shiny, I pressed on it. Pain stabbed through me like a needle of lightning, and the chewing got louder. I staggered back, heart pounding, eyes wide. Something was under my skin, and I knew what it was. Not a splinter, not an infection, a tooth. Growing. Inside me I needed help, someone, anyone. I burst out of the room and into the town, running barefoot down the silent streets. The air felt thicker now, like breathing through cotton soaked in sweat. Every window I passed was dark shuttered. No cars. No dogs, not even birds. It was as if Durham had stopped pretending. As if the town had always been hollow, and now that I'd peeled back the first layer, I was seeing the truth. But then I saw movement. A figure ducked behind a corner. Not Shearer, not the old woman. Someone young, fast. I chased them. Around the corner, through alleys, across broken pavement overrun with weeds and vines. I didn't stop to think. Just ran. The figure slipped through the back door of an old building. A school. The one from the photo in the post office. Durham Primary. The door creaked as I pushed it open. Inside, desks were overturned. Walls stained with years of neglect. But there were drawings still taped to the cracked chalkboard. Crayon scrawls of families, houses, trees, and always in the corner him. The man with no teeth. Sometimes in the window, sometimes beneath the bed. Always smiling. "Hello," I called. Silence, then a whisper. From the shadows behind the teacher's desk. "You're not supposed to be here yet." I stepped forward slowly, hands raised. "Who are you?" She stood. A girl, maybe 17. Thin. Pale. Eyes ringed with exhaustion that didn't belong on someone so young. "My name's May," she said. "You're the new Chew." That word, it hit like a punch to the chest. I didn't want to hear it again. But I had to ask. "What do you mean?" She walked forward, bare feet silent on the dust-covered tiles. "Every 20 years, one of us gets marked. It starts with the etch, then the tooth, then the dreams." I swallowed hard. The dreams. May nodded. He visits them. Slowly at first. A whisper. A shape. Then he gets inside. Then he feeds. I almost didn't want to ask. "How do you know?" She smiled, but it was hollow. "Because my brother was the last Chew, 20 years ago, and he's still screaming." The room seemed to shrink. The light dimmed. I leaned against the desk to keep from falling. "He ran," she continued. "Just like your mother." But it didn't matter. He started seeing things. Started losing pieces of himself. First his reflection, then his voice, then his skin. I touched the spot on my back again. The bump had grown. The tooth was pushing out now. I could feel the pressure, the skin stretching, ready to split. "What did your family do?" I asked, voice shaking. "We tried to take it out," she said, eyes drifting. "Didn't work. It's not a normal tooth. It's his. He plants it in you, and through it, he chews." I wanted to run, scream, tear it from my body. Instead, I whispered, "Is there a way to stop it?" May hesitated. "There's a place. Beneath the church. The real one. You've seen it, haven't you?" I nodded slowly. "There's a seal there, a circle. If you step inside it, and he enters the circle, he's trapped. But he has to enter willingly. He has to want you. Which means..." She looked at me grim. "You can't run. You have to let him come. Let him get close. Let him start to chew." My stomach turned. The idea of being bait. Of luring that thing close enough to touch. To feel his gums on my flesh. "But even if you trap him," she added, "someone has to stay in the circle with him. To keep him there." I met her gaze. "Forever." She nodded. Silence swallowed the room. Then she walked toward the door. "You've got until nightfall. Then he gets hungry again. And this time, he won't stop at chewing." Before I could ask what she meant, she was gone. Back in the motel, I gathered what little I had. Ellis's map, the book, a flashlight. The pain in my back was worse. The tooth had broken through the skin now, slick with blood and something thicker. It pulsed, like a heartbeat. I tried not to touch it. The forest waited, the path hidden but familiar now. I followed it, deeper than before. The trees bending in unnatural ways, bark curling like it was screaming silently. The wind carried whispers, and the chewing never stopped. I found the church just before sundown. The same steps, the same door, only this time I wasn't alone. May stood there, holding a bundle of rope and salt. "You'll need these," she said. "He hates being tied, and salt burns him." I took them. "Are you coming in?" I asked. She shook her head. "I've seen it once. That was enough." I stepped through the door, and the chewing stopped. He was waiting, at the altar, not hiding anymore, tall, twisted, mouth wide, no teeth. His eyes locked on mine, and I felt it, the pull. Like my body was no longer mine. Like he was chewing my will. I stepped into the circle. He followed. And just before he crossed the line, he whispered, "You look just like her." Then he smiled, and the tooth in my back twitched. They say when fear becomes too much, your body betrays you. Your legs lock, your breath shortens, your skin goes numb. But what they don't tell you is what happens when fear keeps going. When it doesn't climax or collapse, but stretches on like a tightrope you can't get off. That's where I was now. Standing in the heart of the underground church, watching Shearer's slick, eyeless face push through the shadows. Watching him step over the circle's edge, that line of chalk and ash of salt and symbols, the last thread between me and whatever nightmare world had spawned him. He was inside the circle now. Towering, limbs long, mismatched, bent in ways that defied logic. His skin gleamed like wet clay, pulsing with something alive beneath it. And that mouth, God, that mouth, grinned wide with no teeth in sight, gums twitching and sliding over each other, stretching like muscle ready to clamp down. But he didn't move closer. Not yet. "You came back," he gurgled. His voice wasn't sound. It was sensation, like chewing on your own tongue, like thick syrup sliding behind your ears. I nodded. I didn't trust myself to speak. Every cell in my body was screaming to flee, to claw my way out through the earth and run until my feet bled. But I couldn't. I had to stay. The circle needed me. "She left me hungry," he rasped. "Your mother promised me a feast, a son." I waited. "I dreamed of your marrow." He moved now, slow and unhurried, dragging one leg behind like he didn't need it. He bent low, face level with mine, his breath foul with rot and something sweet, decay dipped in honey. "I chewed her name for years," he said, "but yours has such flavor." He raised a hand, long fingers ending in soft, bulbous tips. Not nails, not claws, just gums. He pressed one against my chest, and I felt it vibrate, the way a cat purrs when it's too close to kill. But I didn't flinch. Couldn't. If I broke the circle, he'd follow. He'd escape, and then it wouldn't just be me. "You're in the seal now," I said finally, forcing my voice through a throat tight with terror. "You can't leave." That grin widened, as if the idea amused him. "I've left before," he said. "I always leave. The seal holds if the wool holds, if the chew stays strong." "Are you strong?" "Little chew." The tooth in my back pulsed harder, like it was responding to him, like it wanted out. "You planted it," I said. "It's yours." He nodded slowly. "And you've been feeding me ever since. Every fear, every scream, every desperate thought. That tooth is my anchor. You carry me, even now." I thought of tearing it out, of digging into my back with my fingers and wrenching it free. But I didn't know what that would do, and I didn't trust him. "What happens if I stay?" I asked. He tilted his head. "I chew. Slowly. Carefully. I savor you for years, decades, maybe centuries. You won't die. But you'll wish you did." "And if I don't?" I whispered. His face darkened. The grin vanished. And for the first time, I saw something behind the hunger. Something ancient. Lonely. "Then I wait again," he said. "But not 20 years this time. No more patience. I will chew them all. The town. The children. The ones who watch from windows but pretend they don't see." His body tensed. I felt it. He was going to test the circle. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the salt May had given me. Without looking away, I poured a thick line around the edge. Shearer hissed, not in pain, but in irritation. Words, he spat. Petty. Pointless. Salt won't stop what's inside you. And then, just like that, he vanished. Not faded. Vanished. The circle remained. The chalk. The symbols. The salt. But he was gone. I looked around, pulse thundering in my ears. Where did he go? A whisper came from the dark. Behind your eyes. Pain exploded in my skull. I dropped to my knees, clutching my head, screaming. Visions flooded my mind. My mother, strapped to a table, her mouth open. Blood pouring from the empty spaces where teeth had once been. Her eyes locked on mine, pleading. Then her body twisting, reshaping, becoming him. I saw Ellis alive, then dead, then chewed alive, his limbs folding in on themselves like chewed paper. I saw May hiding, screaming, alone in that school as the walls pulsed with meat, and then I saw myself, lying on a stone table. My back cracked open, a single tooth growing out of my spine like a sapling, and from it, his face, his mouth, chewing me from the inside. I fought the visions. Slammed my head against the stone floor to break the trance. Blood smeared my face. I didn't care. Anything to stop the chewing. When I opened my eyes, he was there again, inside the circle, watching. You broke the barrier, he said. You let me in. No, I whispered. I brought you here. And then I raised the rope. May's rope. It was soaked in something, bone, dust, maybe. Blood. I didn't know. But the second I threw it, it latched onto him like a living thing. Coiled around his limbs, his chest, his throat. He howled. The seal on the ground lit up, glowing faintly red. I chanted the words from the book. Not understanding them, just repeating them, again and again. Na el rath surim. Na el rath surim. Na el rath sur im. The circle pulsed. Shearer screamed, mouth stretching until it split up his cheeks. No teeth. No end. Just that black, endless gum line, twisting and throbbing like it wanted to devour the world. But the ropes held. The salt held. And the seal glowed. He thrashed once, twice, and then he shrank, folded in on himself like wet paper, pulled into the seal, inch by inch, until only his face remained, pressed flat against the stone, chewing. Still chewing, but silent now. I collapsed, panting, my body shaking. It was over, I thought, until the floor cracked. The seal fractured, just slightly, and from beneath, a dozen other voices whispered in unison, "Chew is not over." Then silence. Real silence. I left the church, staggered through the forest until I found May waiting at the edge. "You did it?" she said. "No," I whispered. "I started it, because deep down I knew that seal wouldn't hold forever, and now I carried him." The tooth was still there. Only now, I could feel it moving, rooting deeper. And somewhere far away, in a town that pretended it forgot, I heard chewing. The seal had held, for now. But I didn't walk away from that church. I limped, bleeding and delirious, stumbling through the woods like a man who'd outrun a storm but couldn't shake the lightning, still rattling in his bones. May walked beside me in silence. She didn't offer comfort, didn't reach out to help. She didn't need to. She knew what I'd done, what I was now. The tooth still pulsed in my back like a parasite with its own heartbeat. It didn't throb in pain, not anymore. No, this was something else. It felt content. Like it had fed, like it was waiting for more. I hadn't just survived the night. I'd become something new. Something linked. And the worst part, I could feel him. Even trapped, even gagged by the ropes of bone dust and symbols, I could feel him watching me from beneath the stone. Not with eyes, not even with malice, but with hunger. Back in town, the world hadn't changed. It remained quiet, unmoved, as if none of what happened beneath its soil mattered anymore. As if it never had. May led me into the school again, to a room at the end of the hall I hadn't seen before. The door was locked, but she pushed it open like she'd done it 1,000 times. Inside was a map, a floor covered wall to wall in cracked tiles and old photographs nailed into the plaster. Children, adults, smiling faces, missing teeth, There were red string lines running between them, like a web of sacrifice. In the center, a name I hadn't seen before. The dentuary. I looked at May. "What is that?" She didn't answer right away. Just sat down, legs crossed like a child in a story circle. "That's where they go," she said. "The ones who finish chewing." I stared, not understanding. "What do you mean, finish?" She pointed to a photo on the wall. A boy, maybe 7 years old, big brown eyes, blood staining the front of his shirt. No teeth in his mouth, just a deep, smooth grin that stretched up both cheeks. "That's my brother," she said. "The one he picked before you." I thought Shearer kept them, chewed them forever. But I was wrong. He spits them out eventually. When they're hollow, when there's nothing left to taste. I stepped closer. The boy's eyes were empty. Not scared, not sad, just gone. Like someone had scooped the soul out and left the shell behind. "Where is he now?" I asked. May looked up at me, and her voice was so quiet I had to lean in to hear it. "He's in the dentuary. All of them are." The word sat on my tongue like poison. "What is it?" Her lips trembled. "It's a place beneath the place. Not the church, not the town. Something deeper. Older. The ground beneath Durham is hollow. Tunnels, chambers, caves filled with things no one should have named. And somewhere down there is a room where Shearer keeps what's left of the ones he's done with." I backed away. "Then why tell me?" "Because you're not done yet," she said. "The tooth's still growing, and you need to know what happens when it finishes." That night, I dreamed, if you can even call it that. I was back in the circle. The seal cracked, Shearer gone, the ropes burned to ash, and in the silence I heard 100 voices. No words, just chewing, endless, rhythmic chewing, and beneath me, the stone broke open. Hands reached out, not to pull me down, but to welcome me. Dozens of faces, all toothless, all grinning, all me. I woke up with a mouthful of blood, and a molar in my hand, not mine. Still warm, I didn't scream, didn't panic. I walked to the bathroom. Opened my mouth, my teeth were all still there, but I could feel it. Inside, moving again. May was waiting outside the motel. She didn't speak. Just handed me a flashlight and a torn piece of paper with directions scribbled in graphite. "Follow this path past the church. Keep walking until the trees start whispering. You'll see a door in the ground. Don't knock. Just go in." "And then what?" I asked. She looked at me with eyes that weren't as young as they used to be. "Then you'll see what waits when chewing ends." The woods were different this time. Quieter, but not peaceful. The kind of quiet that screams under the skin. Every tree leaned a little too close. The wind didn't blow, it slid, brushing past my face like a tongue-testing flesh. After what felt like miles, I reached the place she mentioned. No clearing, no house, just a door, flat on the ground. Wooden, rotting, bound in rusted iron and sealed with nails made from bone. I opened it. The smell hit first, sweet and rancid, like fruit that had gone bad in someone's stomach. The stairs led down into blackness. No torches, no lights, just the weight of the world above me as I descended. And then I heard it, a voice, my mother's. "Jude, don't look." But I had to. The stairway opened into a chamber unlike anything I'd ever seen. The floor was made of teeth, hundreds, maybe thousands, some polished, some cracked, all arranged in perfect lines. And in the center, on a throne of jawbones, sat a man, not Shearer, someone elder, smiling. His eyes met mine. And I knew. This was where the teeth went when Shearer was done chewing. Each one still held a piece of the person it once belonged to. And those pieces, they didn't rest. They waited, for a body, for a voice, for a face. And I was all three. The man stood slowly. His body creaked. Not from age, but from the sheer number of things inside him. Teeth in his arms, teeth in his knees, teeth lining the inside of his throat, visible when he opened his mouth. "You brought the anchor," he said, nodding at my back. "We've been waiting for it to grow." My hand reached back without thinking. The tooth had pushed out even more. I could feel it now, like a third shoulder blade, a part of me that wasn't mine. "You're not Shearer," I whispered. He smiled. "I am what remains after. The chewer makes hollow. I make full again." He stepped closer. "Let me show you what you're becoming." And then he opened his mouth. And inside it, I saw myself, grinning, toothless, chewing. I didn't scream. I should have. Seeing your own face grinning back at you from inside a mouth that doesn't belong to anything living. That should have torn a hole in my sanity wide enough to fall through. But I didn't scream. I stood there, paralyzed, watching my own image chew slowly, methodically, like it was enjoying every second of some cosmic joke I didn't understand yet. The man, or thing, before me closed his mouth gently, like he was sealing a secret. The sound of those many teeth clicking shut echoed through the chamber like a warning. "You've been in pieces a long time," he said, voice gravel thick with echoes. "You just never noticed how far gone you were." I tried to step back. My legs didn't move. He continued, taking slow, deliberate steps around me, his feet pressing into the floor of bone and enamel like he was walking over old friends. They don't tell you what the tooth does once it grows. Most don't live long enough to find out. But you, Judy, you're special. You're not just a chew, you're a vessel. "No," I whispered, not knowing what I was denying. The word felt weak even as it left my lips. "Oh yes," he chuckled, circling me now like a predator deciding where to bite. Shearer takes and takes, but something always slips through. A scrap of soul, a smear of memory. They come here to me, I keep them, guard them. And every once in a while, they find their way back into someone who can carry them. He paused and reached toward my back. I flinched, but didn't run. He touched the tooth. It twitched under his finger. "That," he whispered, "is not just a piece of him. It's a key. A lock, a whisper. It remembers. They all remember. Every scream, every chew, every moment of agony. It's in there. And soon, it'll start telling you things." He stepped away and gestured toward the far end of the chamber, where the walls narrowed into a tunnel. "Down there," he said, "you'll find what's left of them. The finished, the hollowed. The ones Shearer spat out when he'd tasted all there was to taste. You need to see them. You must. Otherwise, you won't understand what waits." "I've seen enough," I muttered. He turned his head just slightly. "You think so? You've seen a ghost town and a few dreams. But that's nothing. Pain makes ghosts. But chewing," he leaned in, "chewing makes memories. And the teeth, they never forget." I didn't wait for more. I moved toward the tunnel, flashlight trembling in my hand, footsteps clicking softly against the ivory floor. The tunnel was narrow, walls lined with carvings, faces without mouths, mouths without faces. The air got colder, heavier. It smelled like old milk and rotted breath. I knew, without question, that nothing human had ever truly come this deep, not and stayed sane. The tunnel opened into a vast cavern, and I saw them. Hundreds of bodies, maybe more, hung in midair, suspended by strands of something silken and wet, like nerves, like sinew, each one slowly turning like meat left on a forgotten hook. They were pale, boneless in places. Some still twitched. Most had mouths opened in frozen screams, but none had teeth. The sound hit me then. Soft, rhythmic, chewing. But not from them. From the walls. They pulsed, moved, breathed. The entire cavern was alive. Not stone, but flesh. And inside it, under it, through it, came the sound of teeth grinding down on nothing. Because Shearer wasn't just a thing beneath the church. He was part of everything now. Everything hollow. One of the suspended figures turned toward me, eyes opened. It was Ellis. Not whole, not alive, but present. He didn't speak. He couldn't, but his eyes locked on mine and I understood. He wanted to be free. I wanted to help him. I wanted to reach out. But the tooth in my back ached suddenly, stabbing down into my spine like a thorn-breaking bone. I fell to my knees, screaming, and that's when I heard it, whispers. Not around me, inside me, words forming beneath my skin. Voices that didn't belong to me. Jude, he's not alone. Shearer chews, but the denturist collects. Finish what she started. My mouth is yours. Let him in. I clawed at my back. Blood soaked through my shirt. The tooth wasn't a lump anymore. It had spread. Roots. Threads of white pushing through muscle and nerve like a tree growing too fast. I could feel them winding through me, threading into my chest, reaching for my brain. And with every inch they grew, the whispers got louder. She lied to you. My mother. I saw her again. This time not screaming, not bleeding, but smiling. Handing me over. Offering me like a loaf of bread at communion. She gave you to him. The cavern twisted. The bodies began to sway, and I understood. This was no prison. This was a womb, and I was what they'd been growing. Not a chew, not a sacrifice. An heir. I ran. Back through the tunnel, lungs burning. Heart slamming like fists against a locked door. The man with the teeth, the denturist, watched me return with a smirk. You saw them, he said. You felt it. You know what you are? No, I gasped. This isn't real. This isn't me. He tilted his head. What if I told you your mother wasn't the first? What if I told you Shearer doesn't pick at random? That every chew has the same blood. He reached into his coat and pulled out an old photo. It showed a woman, brown hair, pale eyes, a face I'd only seen in pictures growing up. Your grandmother, he said. First chew to escape. She bore a daughter. That daughter bore you. I staggered back, bile rising in my throat. You're not a victim, Jude. You're not even a curse. You're a lineage. You're what comes next. The floor beneath us shook. Far above, in Durham, the wind screamed. Shearer is trapped, he whispered. But you're still out there, and every tooth in your body remembers his taste. I turned and fled. Out of the dentuary, up through the tunnels, out into the woods, gasping for light, for air, for silence. May was waiting. She saw my face and knew. It started, hasn't it? I nodded. She stepped forward, lifted the back of my shirt. She didn't recoil. She knelt. You're the last chew, she said. No, I whispered. I'm the first bite. And behind me, the wind howled like 1,000 mouths chewing through time. It started the next morning. With the dreams again, yes, but this time they bled into waking. No longer whispers beneath sleep. Now they spoke while I was awake. The voice from the tooth inside me had grown bolder, clearer, as if the thing nesting in my spine no longer needed the dark to talk. I stood in the middle of May's kitchen, spoon halfway to my mouth, when it spoke in a voice that was partly mine, partly Shearer's, but stretched and worn like it had been chewed first. She never named you, it said. Your mother, not really. She held you warm and squirming, and fed you to the roots. I dropped the spoon. It clattered on the floor, but the sound was drowned out by the voice continuing, unbothered by my panic. She gave you to the dirt. She told the worms your name so he could find you. Names are doors. She left yours wide open. I stumbled outside, the sunlight too bright, cutting into my eyes like blades. Durham didn't look like it had changed, but I had. The trees whispered louder now, not just wind and leaves. They spoke, not with mouths, but with rustles and creaks, 100 dry voices chewing out words I couldn't quite understand. The dirt beneath my feet pulsed faintly. I could feel the heartbeat of the town. Slow, hungry, May followed, staying 3 steps behind, as if she knew better than to get close now. She didn't say a word, didn't have to, because that's when the names began. They started small, etched into tree trunks, scrawled across broken pavement, carved into the sides of rusted mailboxes. Dozens of them. Names I didn't recognize. Names from old tombstones. Names of children long gone. But the deeper into town I walked, the more the names changed. They became familiar. The grocery boy who'd vanished when I was 7. The neighbor who had moved away without saying goodbye. Ellis Monroe. My mother, and then, finally, Jude Marrow. My own name carved into the door of the abandoned school. Bleeding red sap like the wood itself had cried it out. The letters looked fresh, wet. I reached for it, and the tooth in my back flared with heat, sending a spike of pain up through my spine and into my skull. I dropped to my knees. May stepped closer, her voice low. He's not gone. You know that, right? I nodded, teeth gritted. I thought the seal. She cut me off. Seals are made by hands, and hands break. I stood slowly, swallowing the pain. So what now? What do I do with this thing inside me? May looked at me, not with fear, but with something sadder. You remember? I blinked. Remember what? She didn't answer. Not directly. She led me to the center of town, the old well. Its stones were cracked, overgrown, nearly swallowed by vines. But May brushed them aside and pointed at the base. More names. A spiral of them. Thousands. Every chew. Every hollow. Every soul that had passed through Shira's gums and into legend. And in the middle, the very center of that spiral, one word. Wrote. I touched it, and the world cracked. My mind didn't travel. It fell. I was no longer in the town. Not really, I was somewhere below it, beneath the dentuary, beneath even the church, deeper than words could describe. A darkness older than light pressed against my chest, and I could feel every single person who had ever been chosen, all inside me. Their screams, their thoughts, their teeth, tucked away like coins in a wishing well of flesh and memory. I was the well now, and the chewing, it wasn't just a sound anymore. It was a language. Each grind of gum against flesh, each suction, each wet, gloppy bite, it all said something, and I could understand it now. They were telling stories of how Shira came to be, of how the town gave up its firstborn in exchange for rain, of how the church was never built, it grew out of the bones left behind, of how every chew became a root, and every root fed me. I snapped back into my body, breath ragged, eyes wet. May stood still, watching. You saw it? She said. Not a question. I nodded slowly. Why me? Because you didn't run. Neither did you. She smiled. I wasn't chosen. The wind shifted. The trees hushed, and I felt it, a presence. Shearer. No, something else. Older. Deeper. He had chewed. He had waited. And now he was watching again. I turned back to the well. The spiral of names had changed. There was a new name at the center. Not Root. Not Shearer. Not Jude. Marrow. I took a step back. My knees buckled. Near the root now? She said. He's done chewing you. Now he wants to grow something. No, I whispered. I won't let him. She shrugged. It's not about what you'll let him do. It's about what he's already done. The wind shifted again, and in the distance, a door slammed. The old church, its seal broken. The salt lines, scattered like dust. Shearer had escaped, and he was coming home, but not for me, for what I would become. The chew was over. The planting had begun. And beneath my skin, something bloomed. I felt it that night. No dreams, no whispers, just the pressure beneath my skin stretching tighter and tighter, like something was waking up inside me and wanted out. Not violently. Not yet. It was patient. A slow, terrible opening. The kind of blooming that happens beneath grave soil, silent, hidden, but inevitable. The tooth in my back had split. I could feel the cracks spider-webbing through bone, threading along my spine like roots breaking through old floorboards. My skin pulsed in rhythm with it. Something was growing. May didn't sleep either. She sat across from me in the dark, her eyes glassy, a knife resting across her lap. Not for protection, but ceremony. She hadn't said much since the well. She didn't need to. The silence between us was louder than words. She knew what was happening. She had always known. What I thought was survival had never been survival. It was preparation. I wasn't the ending of the chew. I was the seed. And Shearer, He wasn't just chewing flesh. He was chewing memory, bloodlines, time itself, grinding it all into a pulp to be pressed back into the earth as something new. Have you ever seen it happen before? I asked finally. She shook her head. No one has. Most of them don't live long enough to bloom. Then how do you know I'm blooming? May's eyes shifted toward the window. Because the trees are moving again. I stood, knees trembling, joints stiff with pressure. My skin felt tight, like I was being wrapped in invisible vines. The air outside was thick and still, but the woods rustled as if alive with breath. Not wind, not animals. Watching. The trees leaned closer to town now, their trunks splitting in ways that resembled torsos, their branches curling like fingers stretching toward windows and doors. Something had changed. Something had been invited in. We walked back to the church, not the one above ground, the shell with broken pews and dusty hymns, but the one beneath it. The root church, the pulsing heart of Durham's forgotten sin. The path was no longer hidden. It called to me now. The woods moved for me. The brambles parted. The moss unfurled. The ground exhaled. You're part of it, May whispered behind me. She was right. I could feel the soil recognizing me. The deeper we went, the louder the sounds became. Not chewing anymore. Not exactly. It was gnawing, yes, but laced with wet, dragging sighs. Like something had grown tired of waiting and was now waking with hunger. We reached the steps. The rusted door was open, flung wide, like a mouth yawning in welcome. Inside, the altar room was changed. No longer cracked stone and faded murals. It was alive. The walls shimmered with veins that pulsed. Flesh had grown where brick once stood. The ceiling wept something thick and golden. And in the center, the seal that once held Shearer lay shattered, its lines erased as if someone had chewed them away. He wasn't there. But I felt him everywhere. My back flared again. White, hot pain that dropped me to my knees. May reached for me, but I pushed her back. Something sharp had broken through. Not a tooth this time. A branch. White like bone, wet with blood. It curled over my shoulder, twitching like it was tasting the air. "Oh God," I muttered. May didn't look away. She crouched beside me. "Do you want me to cut it?" I shook my head. "It'll grow back. That's the point." The thing in my back, it wasn't just a symbol. It was a tether. A link. Shearer was no longer beneath the church because he didn't need to be. He was moving through me. I was becoming the next root. The next altar. The next chew would be fed to me. "I think I know what he's doing," I said, breathing hard. "He's not just feeding on people. He's building something. Using us. One chew at a time. He chews, spits us out hollow, and something else grows." May stood, knife still in hand. "Then we dig it up before it finishes." "But how?" I asked. "We don't even know what it is." She looked at the walls. "I think we do." The mural that had once shown faceless children kneeling before the gum-mouthed man had changed. It had grown. Now, the children stood, their mouths open not in fear, but praise. And behind them towered something huge. Too big to be painted whole. Its head scraped the ceiling. Its limbs reached in every direction. It had no mouth of its own. Only hundreds of faces stitched to its chest. Every chew he'd ever devoured. "That's what he's building," May said. God made of the hollow. And I'm the core," I whispered. It wasn't just a metaphor. I could feel it. Every time the tooth in my back twitched, I saw new memories, ones that weren't mine. A woman burned at the stake. A boy drowned in a river. A man with a stitched mouth screaming without sound. Faces, lives, history. He was chewing time into shape, and I was the mold. "We have to stop it," I said. May turned to me. "There's one way. But you won't like it." "I already don't." "You have to chew him back." I blinked. "What?" "You're growing into the altar. That means you contain him. That means you have teeth now, Jude. Not the ones in your mouth, the ones under your skin. If you chew him before he finishes, You trap him inside you forever. You become the last root. But it has to be your choice. I stared at her. And if I don't? She looked at the mural again. Then he finishes the god, and everyone in Durham becomes part of the body. I stood, barely able to keep balance. How do I choose something like him? You don't, she said. You let the tooth do it. My back burned hotter now. The branch had split again, 3 limbs now, curling down my arm, twitching like they were sniffing the air. My skin rippled. Beneath it, something moved. A line of tiny white buds forming beneath the surface. Teeth, forming under my flesh. I opened my mouth to protest, but the air shifted, heavy. And from behind the altar, he returned, shearer, but changed, not taller. Wider, he looked swollen, like he'd gorged himself, his gums slick and fat, dragging across the floor like slugs. His face bore new features, mine, Ellis's, May's brothers, mismatched, twisted. He grinned when he saw me. Root boy, he purred. Blooming nicely. I stepped forward. The tooth in my back twitched again, and I smiled. Not a root, I said. Not anymore. And then I opened my arms, and let the chewing begin. The moment I opened my arms, I felt something shift, not in the room, not in the world, but in me. A snap somewhere deep in the folds of my body, like a lock that had never known it was closed, had finally been undone. And through that open space, the hunger rushed in. Not mine. His. Shearer's appetite poured through me, not as pain, but permission. Permission to bloom. To bite back. I expected agony, but what I felt was worse, relief. Like my body had always been waiting for this. Like all the screaming and running and resisting had only delayed the inevitable. The branches growing from my back quivered, then reached forward on their own. They didn't listen to my thoughts. They didn't need to. They were born of Shearer's essence and knew exactly what to do. The air thickened as they extended, twitching toward him like worms scenting blood. Shearer didn't flinch. He grinned, wide and glistening, watching me with something like pride. His gums rippled as he spoke. There you are, he whispered, voice thick like someone chewing through sinew. The bite that bites back. He welcomed it. That's what twisted my stomach the most. He wanted me to try. The branches slammed into him, cracking through the slick muscle of his gums and sinking into the soft meat underneath. Shearer howled, a guttural, choking sound that spilled blood and steam into the air. His entire body jolted as if struck by lightning. But he didn't retreat. He pushed into it, letting the branches sink deeper, curl around the hollow in his core, and begin to chew. And chew they did, not fast, not violent, rhythmic. Wet, slurping motions, his own sounds, now turned against him. The branches fed on him like roots drawing from rotten soil. And with each grind of their inner teeth, a piece of him came loose. Not just flesh, not just muscle, but memories. They unraveled into me, flooding my brain, pouring into the pit of me like boiling tar. I saw it all, his first breath, not air, but dirt, as he clawed his way from beneath a grave meant for someone else. The deal struck in silence. Blood spilled beneath a moon that had no light. The first child he chewed, not for hunger, but to understand pain. The deal made with the town of Durham. Give me one every score, and I'll stay below. I'll chew slowly, quietly, no more than needed. He lied. Of course he lied. He'd been building something from the start, taking pieces of every chew, memories, instincts, guilt, and stitching them into a second self. A god not made of spirit, but of leftovers. Bone crumbs and spit and screams. And he'd almost finished it. Until me. I was his misstep, his eager bloom. The tooth he planted too deep. The branches kept chewing. He began to scream in earnest now. Not the scream of a predator, the scream of a host. A builder watching his creation collapse inward. His legs cracked. His arms withered. His bloated gums shrank like old fruit. And I felt something transfer. He was no longer chewing me. I was chewing him. But then the voices started again. Not his. The others. The ones he'd already chewed. They rose inside my head in a sudden swell, hundreds of voices crashing together like a wave that had waited lifetimes to hit shore. You're not saving us. You're becoming him. We're stuck in you now. You opened the mouth. They weren't angry. They were lost. I stumbled back, reeling, the branches retracting with a wet slurp. Shearer collapsed, his form now a puddle of sagging, deflated flesh that pulsed weakly on the floor. But he wasn't dead. Not really. You can't kill hunger. You can only hold it. And now, it was inside me. May rushed forward, grabbing my shoulders, trying to meet my eyes. But I couldn't focus. Everything was moving. The walls of the church pulsed. The mural twisted again. This time, I was in the center. Not kneeling. Not weeping. But smiling. Surrounded by followers. Mouths wide. All chewing. You stopped him, May said. You did it. I laughed. Not because I was happy. Because I finally understood the joke. No, Mai, I said. I didn't stop him. I took his place. She stepped back, knife trembling in her grip. I can feel them, I whispered. All the ones he chewed. All the faces. All the names. They're still inside me. But they're not screaming anymore. They're waiting, May said. And she was right. They weren't begging for release. They were waiting for my first bite. The branches on my back writhed, twitching toward her. I clenched my fists, willing them to stop. Not May. Not her. But the hunger didn't care. It knew only the rhythm. It had waited so long for a new cycle. Run, I said through gritted teeth. Please. She looked at me with such terrible understanding, like she'd always known this was where it would end. I'm not going to run, she said. I shouted. If you stay, I won't be able to. You will? She said, voice calm. You have to. Because it wasn't about saving her. It was about proving I wasn't him. So I did the only thing I could. I chewed inward. I turned the hunger on myself. The branches twisted back into my flesh. The teeth beneath my skin bit into bone. I dropped to the ground, convulsing, blood pouring from every pore. The pain was beyond anything I'd known, but I held it. I contained it. I fed the hunger my own self. And in doing so, I bought time. The hunger didn't end. It never would. But I bought Durham one more score. 20 more years before the next chew. May knelt beside me, cradling my ruined form. What now? I gasped. She didn't answer. She just looked out the doorway of the church, where the forest bent low and whispered its old, terrible secret to the wind. Now, she said softly, we wait. And from somewhere deep below, where roots moved and teeth clicked behind walls of stone and blood, I felt the chew begin again. But this time, it would be me choosing the name. 20 years is a long time, but not for the mouth. The people of Durham began to forget again, as they always did. That's what time does. It erases just enough to make horror feel like folklore, until it's safe to laugh about again. Until it becomes a story told to children to keep them from wandering into the woods. And when the town forgot, it meant the roots could settle. The hunger could go quiet. The mouth, hidden beneath the bones of the church, could wait, and I, the thing now carrying its rhythm, could pretend to be something like human again. But beneath my skin, the branches never stopped twitching. Beneath my breath, the chewing never truly ceased. May stayed. She was the only one who remembered without needing to be reminded. She carried her knowledge like a wound that never healed. Quiet, tucked behind her ribs, but always aching when the wind came from the south and carried that smell. The one that had no source. The one that felt like blood turned to steam. She stayed not out of loyalty and not to help me. No. She stayed because she understood what I was now. Not a friend, not a victim, not even a man. I was the seal, and seals don't leave. I didn't age the way others did. I tried to hide it at first, wore hats, grew a beard, avoided mirrors. But as the years passed, it became impossible to ignore. My skin remained smooth. My joints never stiffened. The tooth in my back had disappeared beneath muscle, but I could feel its core, still pulsing like a second heart. And sometimes, when I slept, when I dared to close my eyes, I dreamed of mouths, not one, millions, all chewing in harmony, like some celestial beast gnawing at the edges of the sky. By year 12, the trees started leaning again. By year 16, the dogs stopped barking. And on the cusp of 20, May came to me with a name. I didn't want to, she said, dropping the envelope onto my table. But the name came to me in a dream. Just like your mother. I didn't open it. I didn't have to. The name was already forming behind my teeth, sliding down my tongue like something I'd been born to speak. But I didn't say it. Not yet. We walked to the edge of town that night. The woods had grown closer than they should have. Durham's last few families had long since moved or disappeared. The post office hadn't operated in over a decade. The school was an empty husk. But the church thrived. Its broken bell tower had been rebuilt, brick by hands that never left prints. And the doors. They opened on their own now. Inside, the altar had changed again. The mural was taller, reaching up into the ceiling. It showed a man, mouth stitched shut, arms stretched wide. Not Shearer. Me. And beneath me, the children knelt, waiting with open mouths, eager for something. I never asked for this, I said. May didn't answer. She didn't need to, because wanting had nothing to do with it. This was inheritance. This was debt. This was the weight of a bargain made generations ago by cowards who didn't want to die, and I had become the interest that never stopped accumulating. But now it was time to collect again. The tooth in my back itched, not pain, not pressure. Itched like something inside me was excited. It hadn't fed in 2 decades, and though I had kept it quiet, I had felt its mouth watering every time a child laughed too close to the woods. It was awake now. It had been counting the days. May turned to me and said, "If you don't pick, it'll choose for you." I remembered what the denturist said, that every chew had the same blood, that somewhere in my family tree, every root had curled into this place, into me. So I asked the only question that mattered. "Is it a child?" May looked down. "No." I waited. Then she whispered, "It's you." I didn't speak. I couldn't. The chew wanted me. Not a piece, not a branch, the whole thing. The final bite. Because Shearer had never truly died. He had changed shapes. Passed through me. Planted me. Now the hunger wanted to eat its own seed. Complete the cycle. A final chew before starting over. "I won't give it to him," I said. "I'll starve it out." May's voice was soft. "You can't. He made you. He is you." I stood trembling, the branches beneath my skin tightening, twitching like worms in heat. My body wanted to be chewed. It was craving it, and worse, it wanted to chew back. "I'll bury myself," I said, "deep, where it can't reach." She stepped in front of me, knife in hand again. The same one she'd held 20 years ago. "You can't bury a root. It grows." And she was right. I could feel it already. My influence curling through the soil. The town was changing shape around me. Houses had shifted. Roads had vanished. The world above was adapting to fit me. Because Shearer wasn't a monster. He was a seed. A sickness. And I was the soil now. "I have to end it?" I whispered. "I have to pull the root." May nodded. "You do. But not alone." "What do you mean?" And then she held up her hand. Showed me the scar. She turned. Pulled her shirt aside, and I saw it. Her own tooth. Small. White. Just beginning to bud from her spine. "I thought I was the only one," I said. May shook her head, eyes glassy. "You weren't. You never were. We don't survive the chew, Jude. We spread it." I collapsed to the ground. Everything in me screamed. And from deep beneath the church, from the pit where teeth once lined the walls and whispers once echoed through stone, I heard the chewing begin again. But this time it was me chewing my own name. The first time I heard my own name being chewed, I thought it was inside my head, Some hallucination born of the tooth, the pressure, the years. But it wasn't. The sound was real, echoing faintly from beneath the ground like something gnawing through stone, syllable by syllable. Ja-oo. Duh. Each vowel dragged, distorted, broken apart as if my name had been placed between soft gums and crushed slowly, lovingly. It didn't sound like pain. It sounded like satisfaction. The kind of sound someone makes when they've waited a long time for a favorite meal. I was that meal now. The first bite had been planted 20 years ago. The chewing had finally begun. May didn't speak much after she showed me her own route. We both understood what it meant. This wasn't a battle anymore. It was infestation. Shearer had passed through me, yes, but the hunger hadn't stopped. It had spread. We were both soil now, and the seed had taken. That sharp little molar beneath her shoulder blade gleamed like bone carved from secrets, a tiny white signal that said, "It's your turn now." And still, May didn't panic. She just grew quieter, like she'd already begun pulling away from the world above. Durham had changed again. I didn't notice it at first, but then it became obvious. Trees grew in places they hadn't before, always circling buildings, always leaning inward. Houses seemed closer together than they'd been the day before, like the town was folding in on itself. The sky above hung lower. The birds stopped returning. The air tasted different, damp, like soil recently turned, like the earth was expecting something. I wandered the outskirts for hours, trying to understand what had gone wrong, how it had spread beyond me. I realized something terrifying: the seal hadn't broken because I failed to hold it. It had broken because it wanted to. Shearer didn't chew to escape. He chewed to plant his voice in others. That's what the hunger really was. Not feeding. Teaching. The tooth in my back pulsed again. I fell to the ground near the church steps, heaving. My fingers dug into the dirt. It was soft. Not just from rain or age, but fresh. I lifted my hand and stared. Beneath my nails, flecks of white teeth. Tiny ones. Baby teeth, maybe. Hundreds of them packed into the soil like seeds waiting for the next season. My stomach turned. I clawed at the earth. More teeth came loose. Some still had bits of red tissue hanging from their roots. I screamed and stumbled back, heart pounding. The land wasn't just alive, it was becoming mouth. May found me hours later. She had something in her hands. A bundle of cloth soaked through with black liquid. She opened it slowly, revealing a bone mask shaped like a face mid-scream. The jaw was wide, the mouth locked open, as if the moment it was carved, it had been fed a secret too big to swallow. "I found it in the school," she said. "The mask of the first root." I stared at it, breathing hard. I thought I was the first. May shook her head. "You were the first to bloom, but not the first to carry him. That was Jonah Wren back in 1847. The town founder. He built the altar, carved the first seal, and gave up his name in exchange for the chewing to begin. That's how the cycle started. And this mask, it's what he wore when he bit back." The sky turned darker then, though the sun still sat overhead. Something pressed against the air, thick and hot, like breath fogging up glass. We both felt it. The hunger was no longer coming from below. It was rising, all around us. The trees began to twitch, not sway, twitch. Leaves fell in clumps. Roots burst through the roads. Beneath our feet, the church cracked with a low groan. The altar room was shifting again, bending as if the architecture itself was chewing on its own angles. The mural's latest addition, my face, mid-bite, as if captured in the moment of swallowing something too large to be human. I grabbed the mask and ran inside. The air inside the church was thick. It stank of marrow and old wood. The seal was gone completely now. No more chalk, no more salt. Just a hollow, wet circle where the floor used to be, like the mouth of some deep, unseen throat. I stood above it, staring into the dark. The voice came again. "You opened the door." "Jude." It wasn't Shearer, it wasn't May. It was me. A second me. Speaking from below. I didn't ask how, I already knew. My roots had grown in both directions, up through the town and down into the chew. I had become the tooth inside the God Shearer tried to build, and now it was speaking back through me. You don't have to fight it, the voice said. You only need to let go. Stop naming. Stop remembering, and chew. My hands trembled. May placed the mask in mine. Jana wore it to muffle the chewing, she said, to trap it inside. But he waited too long. You can't. So I put it on. The world dimmed instantly. The mouth on the mask lined up perfectly with my own, and the screaming expression froze my lips into a permanent gasp. My breath echoed in the chamber now. I felt the hunger slam against my ribs, desperate to get out, to spread into the next chew. But the mask held it in. For now, I stood above the hole and shouted through the teeth. I name no one! The earth shook. The trees groaned. Somewhere far beneath, I felt something break. Not bone. A cycle. The mask cracked at the edges. The hunger slammed harder. I fell to my knees, face still locked in scream. And then everything stopped. No wind. No chewing. No breath. May's voice was the only thing that reached me in that silence. Did it work? I didn't answer. Couldn't, because something else had started chewing. Not in my back. In hers. The tooth had split, and May screamed. Not from pain, from understanding. It had never needed just one root. It needed two. The chew was no longer a choice. It was inheritance, and Durham was ready to bloom again. The sound of May's scream didn't echo. It vibrated, like it had teeth of its own. It rattled through the church walls, into the stained glass, into the floorboards and soil, and further still, into the hollow, echoing guts of Durham. It wasn't a scream born of terror. Not at first. It was surprise, shock, that quiet, breaking realization that something you fought to contain had always been inside you, waiting. Then it changed. Became pain. The kind that no doctor could treat. The kind that rewrites the shape of your bones from the inside out. I tore the mask from my face, even as the hunger inside me fought to keep it on. My skin tore at the edges of my lips as I yanked it free, like it had begun to root into me, like it wanted to become my new mouth. I dropped it to the floor where it landed face up, still screaming, still chewing. The silence that followed May's cry was immediate, heavy, as if even the wind had stopped to listen. She collapsed, knees first, then hands, then her face against the stone floor. Her breath came in short, sharp gasps. She was shaking, no, trembling, like something inside her had begun to twitch. I rushed to her, but I already knew there was nothing I could do. The tooth had erupted from her back like a spike of polished bone, spiraled and twitching, its root already spreading across her spine like frost on glass. Her eyes rolled up and locked on mine. He used me, she choked. Used you to reach me. I knew it. Deep down, I knew the truth before she said it. The mask, the seal, the root. I'd thought all of it had trapped him. But nothing had been trapped. Nothing had been destroyed. Shearer had just changed directions. What he couldn't finish in me, he planted in her. Not as a second option, as a continuation. May, I said, gripping her hand. We stop it now, before it goes further. She laughed, short and bitter. You can't stop it. You chew one and it grows in another. It's not just a cycle. It's a network, a chew web. The word hit like a slap. Chew web. She wasn't wrong. I could feel it now, like strings pulling at the center of me. Threads stretched far and deep and old. Not just May. Others. Dozens. Maybe hundreds. People across time and land and bloodline who carried the tooth, the twitch, the need to bite or be bitten. Most didn't bloom. But some did. Enough did. The altar room changed again, right then. No warning. The murals melted. Just peeled away like skin in fire. In their place grew roots. Actual roots, thick and black and wet, twisting up from the ground, and along the walls like veins pulsing with tar. The floor split open with a groan, revealing not a pit, but a mouth. Not Shearer's. Mine. It was shaped like my own mouth, only huge, yawning, rows and rows of gums and empty sockets where teeth should have been. May's body floated toward it. No rope, no hand, just pulled. Gently, like the mouth had opened to welcome her home. "Don't fight it," she whispered. "Let it finish." But I did fight it. I grabbed her arms, held tight, braced myself against the cracked floor. "No more chewing," I said through clenched teeth. "Not in you, not in me. We end it here." She looked up at me and smiled, but not as May. Her face began to stretch. Her gums widened. Her tongue split. She wasn't turning into Shearer. She was turning into something new, something that grew from me. The hunger I held back for 20 years had passed through her like an inheritance, and now wore her like a cloak. She reached up, touched my face with a hand still hers. "It doesn't end, Jude," she said softly. "It only spreads." Her fingers turned to roots. They dug into my cheeks. And in that moment, we shared the chew. All of it. Time folded. Space cracked. I saw every moment Shearer had taken a bite. Every scream pressed into bone. Every name whispered before the tooth took root. And beyond that, I saw the ones coming next. Children not yet born. Places not yet swallowed. Mouths already opening in places where no one remembered Durham. Where no one even knew what chewing meant. May and I were no longer people. We were vessels of the next shape, the bloom after bloom, and yet, somewhere deep inside me, a sliver remained untouched. Not by roots, not by gums, not by hunger. A name, a new name. Not given, not chosen. Mine. I grabbed the mask again, forced it on May's face. The scream stopped. She froze. Her gums twisted. She choked, not on pain, but on the voice trying to push out of her. "You won't speak," I said. "Not for him. Not anymore." The mask locked in place. May convulsed once, then fell still. The roots retracted from the floor. The walls went silent. The mouth in the earth closed. And for the first time in days, or decades, Durham went quiet. I buried May behind the church, beneath a tree that had stood since before the first chew. I didn't mark the grave. I didn't speak a prayer. She was the last chew, but she wouldn't be the final one. I could still feel them, the teeth in the soil, the hunger beneath cities, the chewing in dreams. The mask sat on my table now, quiet and blank. Waiting, I watched the woods every night. And when the wind shifted just right, I could hear it. A soft, wet sound, far away, somewhere deeper, chewing. I tried to leave Durham, packed what little I had, burned the old notes, the maps, the mask. I even stood at the edge of the highway, thumb out like a ghost, trying to hitchhike back into a life I never really had. But every car passed me like I wasn't there. Or maybe I wasn't. Maybe the moment May fell silent with the mask pressed to her face, something inside me ceased to register as human. I could feel it in my skin, like I'd been partially unzipped. I moved like myself. I spoke like myself, but there was a sliver between muscle and memory that no longer belonged to me. And wherever I went, the chewing followed. It was subtle at first, the rustling of paper sounding just slightly too wet. A neighbor next town over gnawing at a fingernail with such rhythmic obsession, I had to leave the room. A newborn crying, not with lungs, but like it had something already in its mouth. I didn't tell myself I was being paranoid, because I wasn't. I was remembering. The chew never really leaves you. It just changes the way you hear the world. I rented a motel 3 towns away from Durham, one of those nameless places with buzzing lights and carpet so thin the wood beneath it groaned like something buried too shallow. I didn't unpack. I didn't sleep. I sat in the dark, fingers pressed to the growing itch under my ribs. That's where it had moved. Not the spine, not the back. The root had shifted forward, like it was making room, like it wanted to be close to my heart. That night, I had the dream again. But it wasn't Shearer this time. It was me, or something wearing my face, standing in front of a classroom, blackboard behind me covered in names, so many names, and the children sitting quietly in their seats, all with mouths open, all without teeth. Their eyes weren't fearful. They were waiting. The version of me at the front tapped the board with a stick, slowly. "Say your names," he said. And they did, one by one. Except every name they said was mine. Different voices, different accents, different ages. But all my name. I woke up choking on something solid. I rushed to the bathroom and spat it into the sink. A tooth, not bloody, clean, like it had been waiting there, like it belonged. I didn't go back to sleep. I spent the next day walking, town to town, watching, and I began to see them. People who moved like I did. People who scratched at their backs. People who flinched when they heard children laugh. They were subtle, just like me. One in a bookstore, eyes locked on a child's open mouth, as if remembering the taste. Another on a train, chewing gum obsessively. Even as their fingers twitched in unnatural rhythm, I started keeping track, not names, faces, because the chew had moved on from names. It didn't need them anymore. It had us now. We were the names, and the teeth were only waiting for the next excuse to bloom. I thought about ending it, ending myself. But then I remembered the denturist, what he'd said. You chew him before he finishes, you trap him inside you forever. But he'd left something out. If you chew him long enough, you become him. And I was still chewing, quietly, constantly. Every memory of May, of the church, of the names carved into the spiral at the bottom of the well. I chewed them in my thoughts, grinding them over and over until they lost meaning and just became taste. That's when I felt it, not a sound, not a sight. A pull, back toward Durham, not to the church, but to something older, the place beneath even the dentary. It was calling, and I didn't resist. The land around Durham had changed completely. Roads bent, signs disappeared. Trees now stood in formations that felt like letters written in a language no human mouth could pronounce. The town square was gone, replaced by a hollow with no bottom. Just a yawning dark that breathed cold air up from somewhere wrong. At the center of it, waiting, was the mask, clean, untouched, as if it had never been worn. I knelt before it, and the earth whispered, "Chew us." I pressed my palm to the ground. The soil split like lips, and beneath it, a gum-lined path began to stretch, slick and dark, leading deep, deep underground. A voice rose up from within, not Shearer, not mine, not May, all of them, together. "Bring the rest of you home." That was the moment I realized the truth. The chew didn't end with the chosen. The chew was never meant to end. It was migration, a pilgrimage. And now the voices wanted to finish what Shearer started, with me as the first of many. I turned to leave, to run. But the trees had grown too close, and every branch looked like a finger, every leaf a tongue. Every step away was met with a breath not my own, and beneath it all, the sound, that awful, perfect sound, of someone slowly, lovingly chewing. I kept walking even when the ground began to soften. Even when my feet sank past my ankles and the soil clung like breath on skin. I didn't stop because I couldn't. It wasn't obligation anymore. It was momentum. The pull beneath Durham had grown stronger, magnetic and warm and wet. Like the town itself had become a mouth inhaling through its pores. Every inch I moved deeper into the woods was another inch closer to that unseen throat waiting to swallow me whole. And somehow, part of me welcomed it. Because silence wasn't safe anymore. Not after what I'd learned. Not when the air could turn to teeth and the trees could whisper your name like a lullaby to the thing hiding beneath the floorboards of memory. The gum-lined path I'd seen in the soil during my last return wasn't just vision. It was invitation. Now I could see it without touching the earth. The trail pulsed in the undergrowth, bones just beneath the surface. Like the skeleton of something immense was buried sideways under the town, and I was walking along its spine. The mask, abandoned, forgotten, returned, had disappeared again. It always did when it wanted me to follow without protection. And I did, because the chewing had changed. It was no longer about consumption. It was replication. I found the entrance just before dusk. It wasn't hidden. Not anymore. The land didn't care about being subtle. It was confident now, bold. A yawning tunnel had opened behind the church, rimmed in pale, twitching flesh, like a throat that had never closed. Roots curled around the opening like lips, wet, cracked, stained with old blood. The air that blawed from within wasn't musty. It was warm, sour, recent, as though something had just passed through it. Mai's voice came from inside, or a memory of it. Come see what you've planted. I didn't flinch, just stepped forward. Inside, the walls pulsed. They weren't stone anymore. They were soft, warm, covered in a sheen that looked like sweat and tasted like regret. My hand brushed along it as I moved forward, thick, vain, and trembling with each step I took, like it felt me coming. I wasn't underground anymore. I was inside something, and it knew me. The tunnel wound down for what felt like hours, but there was no time here, no markers. Just the constant, ever-present sound of chewing, except now it was faster, frenzied, like something was feasting on the last bite before it cooled. The tunnel widened, and I emerged into a chamber that shouldn't have existed. It was a cathedral made of mouths, lined wall to wall, floor to ceiling, with lipless, toothless, open mouths. Thousands of them. Some groaned, some whispered, some simply exhaled. Each was unique, human once, but changed, grown wrong. And at the center of it all, suspended like a child in the womb of a god, was a body. My body, but younger, cleaner, eyes closed, breath steady. It was the version of me that had never left Durham, the boy who should have been chewed first. And beneath him, cradling his weight, was a tongue the size of a house. It moved, lifted gently, and lowered him to the ground like an offering. Then, slowly, that monstrous tongue turned to face me. It had no eyes, no teeth, just that slick, glistening skin stretched long and wide, vibrating with ancient sound. You are not the first to wear the name, it said. Not in words, in motion. Its vibrations echoed through my ribs. Then what am I asked. You are the first to understand the shape of the hunger. That's when the mouths began to speak, not in unison, but in waves, layered like a choir with no melody, only rhythm. Judy, Marrow, Judine, Shu. The mouths didn't just echo my name, they savored it. You are not the end, the tongue said. You are the format, the flesh through which future chews will be understood, the taste of things to come. I dropped to my knees, because I felt it. Not pain, not fear, but acceptance. This was why the tooth never stopped twitching. This was why May bloomed before she should have. Why the mask never burned when I tossed it into fire. The hunger was no longer feeding, it was archiving. Every chew, every memory, every name, pressed and stored within me. Why me? I asked. The tongue undulated, brushing against the nearest wall of mouths. They needed a shape, a mold, a will that would not run. You stood, and so you were made permanent. The mouths around me closed slowly. All at once, silence. I waited, I breathed. And then, from somewhere deep behind the cathedral walls, I heard the next chew take its first breath. Not a scream, a sigh. And I knew it wasn't coming from here. It was above, back in the world. The chew had moved on. Someone somewhere had just swallowed their first dream of teeth. I stood slowly, turned. The tongue didn't follow. It didn't have to. I knew the way now. And as I ascended through the tunnel, through the pulsing walls and weeping roots, I could feel the chew trailing behind me. Not in pursuit, but in inheritance. The tongue had named me archivist, and now I knew what that meant. I wouldn't stop the hunger. I wouldn't feed it. I would remember it. Every name, every face, every bite. Every time a child somewhere in the world woke up crying, hands on their jaw, gums aching, I would know. And the soil would listen, because beneath all things, the chewing never stops. It only waits for a mouth to remember. It started again the very next morning, not with a scream, not with another dream of lips or teeth or flesh unraveling like wet rope. No. This time it came in the form of a letter. Plain envelope. No return address. Just my name written in a trembling hand across the front. But it wasn't my name. Not exactly. It was a variation. A near miss. Judean Mareth. Something trying to say me, but getting the syllables wrong. Like a mouth that had chewed too long and forgotten how language works. And that was the moment I understood the chew was evolving. It wasn't just devouring people anymore. It was devouring identity. Bending names, twisting them, digesting them until the memory of the person inside became warped and untraceable. Like the forest roads that led nowhere, like the church that rebuilt itself. The hunger was no longer just below. It was within everything. I opened the envelope. Inside was a photograph, faded, blurred at the edges. It showed a little girl standing on a swing, mouth wide, no teeth. But it wasn't just the girl that stopped my heart. It was the trees behind her. Durham trees. And I wasn't in Durham anymore. I turned the photo over. A date, yesterday, and a note scribbled in the corner. She's already chewing in her sleep. That was the chew's signal. Its announcement, the same way it whispered to my mother in dreams, showed May the name in a dream, crawled into my spine through the guilt of bloodlines and sealed fate. It had found someone new, a child, a girl. And instead of taking her whole, it was teaching her. One name at a time, one dream at a time, letting the chew introduce itself gently, so by the time she understood what she carried, it wouldn't feel like a curse. It would feel like inheritance, just like it had with me. I packed nothing. I carried no maps. You don't need directions when the hunger wants you somewhere. The air bends for you. The roads forget themselves. And soon, I was standing outside a house that didn't belong in this town. An old house, leaning, blinking its windows like tired eyes. I knocked once. A woman answered. She didn't ask who I was. She just nodded, stepped aside, and said, "She's in the back room." The girl was 5, maybe 6, sitting cross-legged on the floor, drawing in a notebook. Her eyes didn't look up as I stepped into the room, but I knew she saw me. I felt it in the way her hand paused, in the way her head tilted. She held up the drawing. It was a mouth, giant, black, cracked with roots, and inside it a small figure, curled like a seed. Me. "Do you know who I am?" I asked. She nodded. "You're the voice under the bed." I didn't correct her. The tooth inside me pulsed once, sharply. She had already begun to hear the rhythm. "Have you told anyone what you've seen?" She shook her head. "They don't hear the chewing. Just me. And the dog." There was no dog in the house. Not anymore. "Can I see your back?" I asked gently. She hesitated, then turned. And there it was. Not a tooth yet. Not quite. But the skin had begun to breathe. Just below her shoulder blades, it rose and fell, slow and steady, like something sleeping just beneath the surface. "Shearer didn't start with you," I whispered. "But he's in there now. Something of him." She looked up at me, eyes too calm for a child that age. "No," she said. "Not Shearer." Then she smiled. "He's gone now. It's just the chewing." I froze, because she was right. Shearer was never the whole thing. He was just a mouth that grew too greedy. The hunger had chewed through him too. He'd been swallowed, the same as all the others, and now it had begun to speak for itself. No name, no body, just a rhythm passed from mouth to mouth. I reached into my pocket. I didn't have the mask, but I had something else. A stone, dug from beneath May's grave, cold, gray, veined with lines shaped like jaws. I handed it to the girl. She held it like it belonged to her. "What do I do with it?" she asked. "You carry it," I said. "And when the chewing gets too loud, you bite down. Just once, to remember it's still yours." She nodded solemn. "I don't want to chew people," she said. "You won't," I said. "But the hunger might." She pressed the stone to her chest. "I'll keep it quiet." I believed her, because the hunger doesn't need violence. It just needs a place to hide. And sometimes a quiet girl with no teeth is the most dangerous hiding place of all. I left without saying goodbye. The road out of town didn't twist this time. The trees watched me pass, but they didn't lean. The chewing had found its next vessel, and I had done my part, but as I walked I heard it again. Not loud, not desperate, just a question, whispered from the soil, from the wind, from the gaps in my ribs. Who will remember the names when all the mouths are full? And the answer, of course, was me. I am the archivist. And the chew is not done. It has only just begun to hunger in ways we do not yet have names for. The chewing has changed again. It no longer needs mouths, not real ones anyway, not the warm living kind. It's moved past flesh, past the need for bone or gum. Now, it speaks through memory. It chews what you recall, not just who you are. I know this because I've begun to forget pieces of myself, but only the parts I thought were mine. I wake in the middle of the night unable to remember my father's voice. I can feel the shape of it, like a tooth lost under a pillow long ago, but the sound, gone. I look in the mirror and sometimes don't recognize my left eye. It watches me like I stole it from someone else. The chewing has started inside my remembering. And it's not just me anymore. People have started to find me. They don't know why. They knock at motel doors, show up at rest stops along abandoned highways, drift into libraries I didn't know I was in. Their stories are always the same, something chewing behind the walls, something breathing beneath the bed, a dream of being eaten slowly, not by teeth, but by names. One woman stood in front of me for 10 straight minutes before finally saying, "I dreamed I was gum." Not the chewing kind, the kind that's already been chewed and stuck beneath something. Waiting. She burst into tears after that. I couldn't help her. I could only listen, because that's what the archivist does. I collect what the hunger forgets to swallow, and now it's beginning to forget itself. That's how deep the chew has gone. It's no longer about feeding, it's about rewriting. The first mouths chewed flesh, the next chewed time, but this latest mouth, the one blooming now, chews meaning. I write it all down, every story, every face. I etch them into the walls of wherever I sleep, carve them into motel headboards, mark them on bar napkins, scratch them beneath tables. Not for me, not for the people telling me, for the hunger. Because even the chewing has a limit, and when it starts to forget what it was built for, it looks to me. To remind it, that's the price of surviving it, to become its historian. And sometimes, just sometimes, it speaks through me. Like this morning, I was sitting on the edge of a gas station bed, sipping cold coffee, when my mouth moved without my permission. A whisper, low, soft. Someone's chewing wrong. The words didn't belong to me. They were instruction, warning. And sure enough, by noon, I heard about the girl, the one I gave the stone to. She'd gone missing. No blood, no break-in, just her drawings left behind, hundreds of them, all mouths, all open. One in particular caught my eye when I arrived. A circle of children holding hands, all facing inward toward a pit, and in the middle a single tooth. It was labeled, in shaky handwriting, the mouth that eats itself. She had begun to turn inward. The hunger wasn't just spreading anymore. It was looping, a feedback chew, a cycle so tight it had nowhere left to go except into its own roots. I followed the trail back to the woods outside Durham. They had changed again. The trees were hollow now. Not dead, hollow, like reeds waiting to whistle. You could hear voices when the wind passed through them, not full sentences, just breathy syllables. Droop, doop, chew. I walked until I found her. She wasn't missing. She was becoming. Her body crouched at the base of the spiral well, the one where the names had once been carved. Except now, the stone had been pulled up, peeled back, as if the earth had molted. She was whispering to it. Not prayer, not fear, just conversation. "Does it hurt when you forget?" she asked the dirt. I didn't speak. The dirt didn't answer. But something beneath it shifted. The girl turned slowly, Her eyes had gone gray at the edges, like they were seeing too many things at once. "Archivist," she said. "Do you remember me?" I nodded. She smiled. "I don't. But I remember the chewing." I approached her carefully. "Why did you come here?" I asked. "Because it wanted to chew itself." She reached into the earth, pulled something out. It wasn't a tooth, it was a tongue. Small, pale, still twitching. "Isn't this what started it?" she asked. I didn't answer, because I didn't know. Not anymore. Maybe it was. Maybe all chewing starts with the urge to speak, and ends with the silence of a tongue bitten clean through. She handed it to me, and I took it, because that's my role, to carry what no one else should, to bury what won't stay buried, to remember the things that try to erase themselves by passing through teeth. She looked at me one last time and said, "Tell them it wasn't hunger. Tell them it was history." Then she walked into the well. The spiral closed behind her, not violently, like a mouth sealing after a kiss. I sat there until morning, holding the tongue, listening to the dirt dream, and when I left, I carved her name into a tree. Not her real name. That was gone now. She'd chewed it away. Instead, I gave her a new one. First archivist of the bloom, because I wouldn't be the last. The hunger has changed, and so must we. I kept the tongue in a jar filled with salt water and silence. It sat on the windowsill of the motel room, twitching once every few hours like it still wanted to speak, as though there were words caught in it that never made it out before being chewed clean. I didn't feed it. I didn't bury it. I just watched. Because the hunger had begun writing through flesh now, and this tiny pink muscle was its pen. 3 days after the girl disappeared into the well, I began receiving letters again. But this time, they were blank. Envelopes filled with old paper, no handwriting, no stamps. At first, I thought it was a joke, some echo of Shearer's old tricks. But one night, after opening the 5th empty letter, I noticed a change in the paper when I breathed across it. Words appeared in condensation, just for a moment, then vanished. They weren't addressed to me. They were from me. Letters I hadn't written yet. Warnings I hadn't delivered. Apologies I hadn't earned. The hunger wasn't just chewing people anymore. It was chewing time. Folding it, digesting it into loops and curls and strange little back doors, where things spoken yesterday slipped through into the mouths of the past. And me. I was the archivist of all this rot. I didn't just remember it. I lived it again and again, every time a new story found me. But the real change came on the 4th night after the girl vanished. When I woke up, the tongue in the jar had spelled a word against the glass, using some kind of ink I didn't see it produce. The word was inkroot. I didn't know what it meant at first. It sounded made up, like something a child would say when they didn't understand how the world worked. But as I spoke it aloud, the air around me shivered. Not moved, shivered, like the syllables had muscles, like the sound itself remembered being chewed. And then I felt it, in my teeth. They itched, like something had been written on the enamel. I went to the mirror, opened my mouth, and there, on the back of each molar, were letters. Tiny, burned into the surface like scar tissue. Names, dozens of them, all names I'd heard before. All chews, all disappearances. All swallowed stories that never made it out of the dirt. My mouth had become the ledger. The archive was inside me now. I didn't sleep after that. Couldn't, because the hunger had begun to whisper not in words, but in corrections. As if it was editing my thoughts mid-sentence. I'd think of May, and the hunger would whisper. She was always soil. I'd think of the girl, and it would murmur, she was never meant to bloom, only to ink. It wasn't just devouring. It was rewriting. Like every remembered moment was just another page it could chew and spit out better. That's when I knew the chewing had moved beyond people. It was after language itself, and the center of it, the inkroot. I returned to Durham with the tongue in my bag and a mouth full of names I couldn't pronounce aloud without bleeding. The forest welcomed me like it always did. Closer than last time, tighter around the path. Whispering through branches that bent in the shape of question marks. It had grown darker, but not from lack of sun. The light just refused to land here. It hovered above like it was afraid to be swallowed. I walked to the old school this time, not the church. Because if the tongue was the pen, and the mouths were the paper, then the school was where the first sentence had been written. Inside, the walls were covered in handwriting, none of it made by chalk, just names, thousands, written in ash and soot and bone. Some of the names bled as I read them. Others chewed themselves off the wall and fell to the floor as black, twitching stains. At the center of the classroom stood a single desk, and on it a book, open, empty, waiting. The girl had started it, but it was mine to finish. As I approached, the tongue in my bag began to twitch violently. I reached into the jar, pulled it free. It no longer felt like meat. It felt like ink. I placed it on the desk. It rolled across the page and wrote, not in lines, but in roots. The words sank down into the paper like veins, curling, expanding, feeding off the blankness. The first sentence wrote itself. The hunger now writes its own names. I turned to leave, but the door had closed behind me. No lock, just gone. And outside the windows, the forest leaned close, its branches spelling something against the glass. Archivist. Fetus memory. I understood then. They didn't want flesh. They wanted remembrance, not as story, as sustenance. The hunger had become dependent on the archive, and I was the only one left who remembered all the names it had failed to swallow whole. It wasn't chewing people anymore. It was chewing history, and it wanted to be told right this time. As I sat down at the desk, the tongue crawled across the next page. The pen of the hunger, the ink of the chew, and I whispered, let's begin again. Because the chew has always been more than hunger. It's revision. I didn't know how long I sat in that classroom. Time inside the chew folds like paper soaked in spit, soft, loose at the edges. Easy to tear but impossible to throw away. The desk groaned beneath the weight of what the tongue had begun writing, though the pages stayed thin as skin, brittle and warm to the touch. The smell was what unnerved me most. Not blood, not rot. It smelled like memory going bad, like the breath of someone trying to forget you. The tongue moved without needing me now. Every time I blinked, another page filled, not with handwriting, but with roots. Black, ink-soaked veins that slithered into letters, into names, into partial sentences that made my bones ache. I wasn't reading anymore. I was feeling the story being told. Not as an observer, as one of the original words. The hunger wasn't just writing its past. It was rewriting mine, making corrections, pulling memories I'd buried so deep they should have died, and dragging them out through my eyes, through my fingertips, through the soft spot behind my teeth where guilt lives. And then the paper blood, not a metaphor, not imagined, real, warm, pulsing blood that seeped up from the desk and soaked the pages like the words had finally hit something living. The tongue paused, curled back, as if surprised by what it had reached. The book hissed, the pages writhed, and one word rose up in dark, thick ink that oozed and dried into bone, colored scabs across the parchment. You, not Jude, not archivist, just you. As if I had finally become the subject, not the witness. The hunger had turned on me, not to punish, to document. Because somewhere, in all the remembering, I had crossed a threshold. My stories were no longer stories. They were instructions. The chew wasn't just using me to catalog the past. It had begun mapping its next phase through my memory. And someone else was reading it. I felt them. Outside. Right then, beyond the boarded windows of the old school, something moved. A presence that didn't belong to Durham, not yet. A traveler, a reader, someone who had found the pages I'd unknowingly scattered, under motel beds, on napkins, across doorframes and tree bark and broken glass. Someone who had followed the trail of names like breadcrumbs. The door creaked. Not open. Inward. Like the room was breathing them in. They stepped inside slowly. A woman. Not young, not old. Face pale with long dark hair that moved even when the air didn't. She didn't speak at first. She only stared at the book. Her lips moved silently. She was reading words I hadn't written yet. "I saw your name," she said finally. 3 times. Once in a dream. Once in the dust on my windshield. And once carved into a birch tree. It blood. I said nothing. Because what could I say? She had been chosen. Not by me. Not even by the hunger. By the story. "You brought the tongue with you," she said, not asking. "And it wrote your past. Now it's writing mine." She stepped forward, pulled a knife from her coat. Not threatening. Not raised. She slit her palm. Let the blood drip onto the desk. And the tongue twitched. The book began writing again. Faster, violently, like it couldn't get her down fast enough. "I want to be remembered," she said. Before it chose me, I didn't ask her who she was. Didn't need to. She was a page, one of many. And as her blood sank into the paper, the room began to tilt. Not physically, not spatially, but narratively. Like the chapter had shifted mid-scene. The words in the book started crawling off the pages, up the walls, across the windows. They weren't just remembering anymore. They were becoming. The classroom groaned. Desks cracked. And outside, the air filled with whispers. Not voices, not chewing, reading. Hundreds of mouths now reciting the words written in that cursed book. And with every sentence, the forest outside changed. Trees bent backward. Sky turned ink. Black and bled down like rain made of spilled memory. I looked at the woman. She was smiling through tears. "Do you feel it?" she asked. "It's almost beautiful." She fell to her knees. Not out of pain, out of completion. Her story had been told. The hunger had finished writing her, and now it wanted her to bloom. But not into a root, into a chapter. The floor beneath her cracked. Pages rose up, hundreds of them, wrapping around her body like shrouds. The last thing I saw was her hand reaching out. Not in fear, but in gratitude. Then she was gone, the desk empty, the room quiet, the tongue still, and in the air a single phrase, echoing not from any mouth, but from the book itself. Next page. And I knew what it meant. The hunger was ready to write again. But now, it wanted new stories, wider ones, cities, languages, mouths that had never spoken the name Durham, because the chew had moved past legacy. Now, it was after literature, and I was holding the pen. It started with silence, not the kind that feels peaceful, but the kind that feels like everything around you is holding its breath. The kind that comes just before a scream so loud it'll crack the world open. That's what it felt like when I stepped out of the schoolhouse. Durham wasn't gone, but it wasn't there anymore either. The shape of the place was the same, the angles of the roads, the lean of the buildings, the trees clawing at the sky, but something had hollowed it out. Like the town had been rewritten overnight with no punctuation, no syntax. Just a blur of memory pretending to be geography. The tongue stayed behind. It didn't follow me this time. It had bled enough. Now, the hunger had chosen a new ink. Us. Every person who'd heard the chewing. Every dreamer who'd bit down hard on their pillow, trying to wake themselves up. Every child who'd drawn a spiral on the walls. All of them. Us. We were the new alphabet. The ones who had lived through the chewing weren't just survivors. We were phrases. Waking. Walking syntax for the hunger's next chapter. And it had turned the page. I walked for 2 days, slept barely an hour between breaths. I didn't eat. Didn't need to. The hunger in my stomach wasn't mine anymore. It was remembering someone else's meal. I passed through towns I couldn't name, places that should have been loud with life, but instead sat like frozen dioramas. No birds. No dogs. No sound except for the faint echo of paper rustling somewhere deep in the walls. That's when I knew. The chewing had reached the cities. It wasn't the rural places anymore. Not backwoods churches, not isolated wells. The hunger had evolved. It was feeding off volume now, not of people, but of stories. Big places. Places layered in decades of voices, headlines, broken hearts, unanswered phone calls, voicemail boxes full of grief. It was feeding on narrative density, and in the cities, there were more stories than stars. I reached the first infected city at dawn. It wasn't marked on any map I carried, but I recognized it by feel. The same pressure in the air as in the school, the same buzzing behind the teeth. Billboards were blank. Storefront signs had letters missing, curling off in strips like skin peeling from old fruit. No one walked the streets, but I saw movement in the shadows, hunched silhouettes tracing words into the dirt with fingers worn to bone. They didn't look at me, didn't speak. They just wrote, over and over, in loops, as if the act of remembering their own names had become a sacred ritual. At the city center stood a library, not grand, not ruined, just open. Doors yawning like lips parted in sleep. I stepped inside. Books lined every wall, but none had titles. Their covers were soft, damp. When I pulled one down, it pulsed faintly in my hands, and the first page read, Judean, 3rd of the Chuborn. Witness to 17 bloomings. I dropped it. It didn't hit the ground. It crawled back to the shelf. That's when I heard the voice. Not aloud. Inside my head, but deeper, like it was being whispered into my spine. Archivist, it said. We've begun the translation. From the shadows of the library, they emerged. Not people. Not yet. Readers. Translators of the Chew. Dozens of them, wearing faces that shimmered between stories. One moment a child's smile, the next a widow's frown. Then a scream caught in the shape of a jawbone. They didn't walk. They drifted on ankles that never quite touched the ground. We've gathered enough narrative mass, one said. We've eaten their language, said another. And now we write it forward. I tried to run, but the floor of the library grabbed me. The carpet split open like gums peeling away from teeth, and from the dark below, pages rose. They coiled around my legs, wrapped tight, sinking words into my skin. I felt sentences press against my bones. Names I'd never heard, names that weren't mine but felt like old injuries. The readers circled me. They held out books made of flesh, mine, maybe, or someone I once forgot. They opened them, and inside were memories I never lived, but which I now remembered. A woman giving birth in a flooded church. A man chewing through his own knuckles to keep from screaming. A girl laughing while the tooth in her spine hummed lullabies. They were my stories now. The hunger had made me its library. Not just the keeper of records, the container. Please, I whispered, voice cracking. I don't want to remember anymore. But the readers only smiled. You don't remember, one said. You host. And then, they opened their mouths. Inside each one a different story. Spoken in 100 voices, all at once. And I understood the truth. The hunger wasn't destroying cities. It was translating them. Turning people into narrative threads, weaving their pain, their lives, their words into an epic too vast to read all at once. That's why the chewing never stops. Because it isn't chewing to consume. It chews to make room, to reshape, to edit. I screamed then, not in fear, not even in pain, but in relief. Because I finally, truly understood my purpose. I wasn't the final archivist. I was the prologue. And the story the hunger was writing. It had so many chapters left to eat. I didn't escape the library. I was released. There's a difference. And I've come to understand that with the Chew, everything is deliberate. Even what looks like mercy. The floor softened under me. The pages unwound from my legs and the readers, still humming their stories through teeth made of grief, simply stepped aside. I stumbled out the front door into a city that hadn't moved, but felt different now. Lighter, as though it had sighed, and then I noticed it, no words. Not a single one. The street signs were blank. Storefronts bore only smudges where letters once lived. Newspapers fluttered by, entirely white. Cell phones buzzed in people's pockets with notifications that read nothing. Even the graffiti had been erased. Not painted over, just gone. Scrubbed clean from brick and metal like the walls themselves had forgotten what they meant to say. The city hadn't been abandoned. It had been redacted. And the people left. They weren't screaming or crying. They just moved slowly, like they were trying to remember how to exist without a language. I watched one man sit at a cafe table with a cup in his hand, raising it to his mouth and lowering it again, over and over, without drinking. He wasn't broken, just empty, like a sentence missing its verb. This wasn't death. This was the Chu's new power unwriting. And in the center of it all, in a plaza where a statue once stood, there was a hole. Not deep, not wide, just perfectly shaped like someone had removed a piece of the world using a cookie cutter made of silence. I approached it, because of course I did. Curiosity isn't bravery. It's infection, and I've been sick with it since the first tooth fell from the mask. Inside the hole, there were pages, tens of thousands, drifting slowly in a spiral like ash caught in a still room, and on each one names, but none I recognized, none I'd archived. And that's when it struck me like a mouth closing too fast. These were the unfinished. People who had been half chewed. People whose stories were paused, not ended. People who had screamed too late, who had refused the bloom, who had fought the spiral and gotten stuck between sentences. They were here, not ghosts, not victims, just clauses waiting for closure. I stepped closer to the pit's edge and looked down, trying to read one of the pages. It flipped mid-air before I could, over and over, dodging my gaze. It didn't want to be remembered yet. That terrified me more than anything, because it meant the hunger had choice now. It could choose who to finish, who to erase, who to let hang in the air forever, looping through a moment they couldn't escape because someone, me, maybe, hadn't read them completely. That's when I heard it, a new voice, not a whisper, not a chew, a scream, but not of pain, of birth. Sharp and sudden, it cracked the plaza in half, and through the pavement rose a mouth. Wide, cracked, filled not with teeth, but with pages. They fluttered with every breath, every exhale sending out sentences like confetti soaked in memory. A child climbed out of that mouth, no more than 8 years old, eyes blank, lips moving, not speaking, reading. She walked to the edge of the pit and pointed at me, not angry, just certain. "You're leaving them unfinished," she said. And then she sat cross-legged at the rim of the hole and began to recite the pages as they floated by, one by one, without stopping. Her voice was perfect, steady, unbroken. The first reader, born not from the hunger but from its pause. She was a solution to the silence. She was what happened when the chew slowed down, and we, had made her necessary. "What do I do?" I asked her, barely able to breathe. She didn't look up from her reading. "You stop running," she said. "You pick one story. You read it to the end. And when you're done, you chew it once." Then she looked at me, really looked. "Or else you'll be the next to hang." I dropped to my knees, dizzy, because I knew she was right. I had become an archivist of beginnings, not endings. And the chew had let me live because it needed someone to hold the rope while it fed. But now it was full, and someone had to start swallowing. So I reached into the pit and caught a page. It burned my fingers, writhed in my grip, tried to unfold into 100 smaller versions of itself, but I held it tight, and I read, out loud, to the air, to the girl, to the readers, to the city. It was a story about a man named Elric who refused the bloom and dug out his spine with a spoon to stop the teeth from forming. He succeeded, but only halfway. The teeth grew anyway, in his dreams. And in those dreams, he became the first person to chew from the inside out. I finished the story. I chewed the page once, and the pit sighed. The wind shifted, the silence cracked. One page fell still, finished. I felt the hunger gnawed inside my ribs, satisfied. And I understood now. I wasn't meant to remember everything. I was meant to choose what mattered. That was the true archive. Not a list, a curation. Each story, once read properly and chewed once, just once, anchored the world again. Held it steady for a moment, until the next story slipped. And I knew they would. Because the chewing never ends. It only waits for a mouth willing to taste the end. Night fell heavy and thick over the city of missing sentences, and as the sky pressed down, the pit at the center of the plaza glowed with a strange, bone-colored light. I stayed there, knees aching on the concrete, as the first reader, the girl, continued her work, voice steady as she recited story after story to the drifting pages. I watched the words sink into the silence, each finished tale settling the air a little, giving the city a moment of relief before the next wave of restless, unwritten stories swept through. There was a rhythm to it, a quiet pulse, like the beat of a heart buried under floors of language and loss. My own hunger, for the first time in years, quieted. The chewing in my chest subsided, replaced by a new ache, a longing to finish something, to give an ending its teeth so the story could close its mouth and rest. I realized then how rare it was, in all my wandering, to witness a story properly ended. Most people are left knowing forever on unfinished chapters. Most pain in this world isn't a wound. It's a sentence that never finds its period. The city around me began to shift as the reader's voice threaded through the empty streets. Some buildings creaked and groaned, shading the last of their blankness, hints of letters returning in ghostly patterns on bricks and window panes. I heard the echo of laughter somewhere far off, not quite real, but not entirely gone. It was as if the world itself was chewing its way back into coherence, page by page, sentence by sentence. For the first time, I wondered if the hunger, monstrous as it was, had always secretly wanted this. A world of stories not just swallowed, but digested, made whole and holy in the telling. When the reader finished a tale, she would look at me with ancient patience. Another, she'd whisper, and I'd reach for the next drifting page, letting it burn and wriggle in my hands, reading it out loud even when the words twisted and tried to hide. Sometimes I found myself crying as I read, tasting the bitterness of memories that weren't mine, feeling the teeth of other people's regrets grind through my own nerves. But every story finished left a space inside me that felt lighter. Not healed, not empty, just possible. As if each completed story was a tooth lost, making room for the new to come in. The night wore on. I lost count of how many stories I read, how many pages I chewed and released into the pit. Dawn broke at last with a hush, soft and golden, and the city seemed less hollow, the people less spectral. Some began to talk again, awkward at first. Their words slow and strange, as if they'd forgotten the shape of their own voices. The reader herself slumped with exhaustion. Her work unfinished, but her purpose clear. She had shown me the way. But as I stood to leave, a shudder ran through the earth beneath the plaza. The pit closed with a sigh, swallowing the last of the unfinished pages. The readers faded into the dawn, returning to wherever the hunger kept them when they were not needed. Only the girl remained, looking up at me with tired, dark eyes. "It's not over," she said softly. "You finished some stories, but there are more, always more." I nodded. I understood. The chew never ends. But now I knew how to give it meaning, one ending at a time. And I knew this, to every bite, every page, every person I remembered and read aloud would keep the hunger from swallowing the world whole, at least for a while. That was the work of the archivist. That was what remained after the bite. I left the city behind, carrying the ache of 1,000 borrowed memories and the first small hope I'd felt in years. The chewing continued, distant but patient, waiting for the next unfinished story. And as I walked, I whispered the names of the lost to the morning air, chewing them softly, letting their endings settle on my tongue. The world was still hungry. But now, so was I. The night the chewing followed me into the forest, I felt its presence like a slow pulse against my ribs, reminding me that no matter how many stories I'd finished, the hunger was never truly sated. I crouched on a fallen log, watching the moonlight scatter across the leaves, trembling beneath its own reflection. Behind me, the city of missing sentences had receded into memory, but here the world had grown darker, more unmoored from meaning. Every tree seemed to lean with expectation, as though waiting for me to whisper a name that would unleash the next wave of half-remembered lives. In my grip, the book I'd carried since that first encounter with the hollow page in the burned classroom felt heavy and alive. It had grown taut, with unwritten lines and fractured margins, as though simply holding it had made me part of its ceaseless, aching narrative. I rubbed my thumb over the cover, scarred, sticky with old ink, as if the pages themselves had leaked into the binding, and felt a sudden tug, like a string wound tight in my chest. I rose, shoulders stiff with the weight of every sentence I'd ever read aloud, and took the first uncertain step deeper into the woods, determined to find the place where the next story waited for an ending. The path narrowed until it was nothing more than a trench carved into damp earth, its sides draped with moss and old warnings, scrawled in crumbling ash. Fragments of names I didn't recognize, and dates that landed before I was born. I pressed my palm against the damp wall, feeling the pulse of something buried beneath, the echo of every leaf that had ever fallen under a hungry sky. When I reached a clearing, the air turned still, as though the forest itself held its breath. At its center stood a single stone pillar, nearly toppled over, covered in the same faint lettering that had haunted the walls of Durham's school, names of children, parents, strangers, some crossed out, some circled, all bleeding into one another. The hunger had begun writing here long before I arrived, using the moss, the lichen, even the bark itself, as its canvas. My heartbeat accelerated when I recognized the last etched word, half, hidden beneath green rot, archivist. Someone had marked my arrival before I knew I was coming. The log beneath me creaked and I spun around, expecting to see a reader or one of those silent translators resin from the city. But the forest offered only its dark gaze, branches swaying without wind. I understood then that the hunger was beyond flesh in this place. It spoke not through mouths or pages, but through all of nature, a vast, patient network of roots and half-formed memories pulsing with silent stories. I knelt beside the pillar and ran my fingers over the letters, feeling the roughness of carved stone, the softness of spread moss. Each stroke of the chisel, each mark of decay, felt like a word waiting to be spoken. I traced archivist until my fingers stung, then looked up to where I thought the sky lay behind branches. The moon was obscured by a blanket of clouds, but I sensed its light, muted and restless, filtering through layers of damp. My hands trembled as I drew the book from my pack. When I opened it, the pages hummed beneath my fingers, and the next sentence, unwritten, trembling in the margins, pulled at my vision. The forest remembers those lost to its hunger, but only if their names are spoken at the edge of its shadow. I swallowed, gave a nod to myself, and lifted the book to my chest. I could already feel the hunger stirring, eager to hear me speak the names inscribed here. Each crack in the pillar's surface seemed to expand with anticipation, as if the earth itself would unravel if I hesitated. With each name, I whispered into the darkness. The moss quivered, releasing fine motes of black dust that drifted like moths around me. By the time I finished, the forest was humming. A low, collective hum of half-remembered voices weaving into the night like a prayer. I lowered the book, its pages now warm against my palms, as though the forest had reached into its bindings and drawn a breath. Ahead of me, the pillars that had once formed a circle now lay toppled, revealing a pit barely visible beneath fallen leaves and damp needles. I stepped closer and peered down into the darkness, but saw only impenetrable black, as though the land had swallowed its own voice. Drawing a shaky breath, I spoke the last name, Evelyn Waters. The darkness stirred, and a faint shimmer of moonlight traced the outline of a face. Not a living face, but something like a memory half-dream. Evelyn's eyes fluttered open, and for a moment they held mine, both of us suspended between past and present. Then she began to speak. Not in words I could hear, but in something else, a tremor that passed through the pillar, through the book, through me. Her presence, a flicker of mist, rose from the pit, coalesced into a silhouette, then dissolved into the trees. And the pillar cracked, splitting down the middle with a sound like an old heart giving out. I stumbled back, clutching the book to my chest, feeling the rush of wind that seemed to pulse with a million unspoken sentences. When I looked down again, the pit had sealed over as if it never existed. Only the broken pillar remained behind, bearing a new name, Speaker of Below. I pressed my forehead against the pillar's jagged edge, feeling its cold truth sink into my skin. Evelyn's story had completed itself in the forest, and the hunger had spent its teeth on her memories, turning them into dust that now nourished the soil. Yet the pillar's final message haunted me. There would be more to read, more names to speak. I needed to move before the forest decided to claim me as its next memory. But as I turned, I found the path gone, swallowed by brambles that had erupted overnight. The sense of being watched, which had always tagged along, now felt suffocating, a tide of eyes that pressed from every direction. The darkness here wasn't passive. It pushed in closer, wrapping around my ankles, creeping upward as if intent on drawing me back into the earth. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and listened. Above me, a chorus of rustling leaves echoed with hushed tones. Archive us. Finish us. My skin pricked with cold. There was no route of escape. The forest would let me leave only if I agreed to its terms. Another story, another name, another ending to release its hold. I met the forest's demand with trembling resolve. I drew a page from the book, a page that fluttered like a wounded bird, and recited the name inscribed at its top, Thomas Calder. Immediately, the ground beneath my feet groaned. The earth sighed. Most peeled back from rocks and revealed a shallow grave. I knelt, hands trembling, and saw bones that gleamed as though bleached by fire, an adult skeleton, dressed in scraps of cloth fused to the ribcage. The hunger had kept those remains hidden long ago, turning them into a literal archive of flesh and forgetting. But here, the forest disgorged them at my command. I touched a rib and felt a jolt of agony. Thomas's last moments? Frozen inside his bones like shards of glass. That memory leapt into me, jagged and real. I staggered, nearly collapsing, as visions of Thomas stumbling through a different forest flashed. Before me, his name carved in the bark, his scream swallowed by trees, his body bathed in moonlight before darkness took him entirely. I spoke his final thought aloud, as though translating his last breath. The hunger lies in roots. It waits below for names to feed. The forest exhaled, and the grave closed. The brambles receded. The path reformed like water falling back, guiding me onward. The book hovered at my side, pages fluttering with promises of more. I followed the newly revealed trail, heart still pounding with Thomas's final dread, moving deeper until the trees broke into an abandoned chapel. The building had once been small and white, its steeple crowned by a cross that now leaned toward the earth. Vines strangled the windows, and the door hung open by one rusted hinge. I hesitated at the threshold. Inside, sunlight filtered through shards of colored glass, painting the altar in broken hues. But where a congregation once kneeled, now a single figure sat, draped in cloth the color of old wounds. It was neither fully human nor fully ghost, a silhouette whose outlines blurred. When I spoke his name, Nathaniel Brown, his head snapped up, and I felt his gaze like a weight pressing down. He rose without a sound, walked toward me, and when his figure came fully into view, I realized it was more than a memory. It was a template. The hunger's attempt at crafting a vessel outside the forest. Nathaniel's eyes were blank holes, yet I felt his hunger as if it were my own pulse. He reached out, and for a moment I thought he would silence me forever. But instead, he whispered the name I had just spoken. It reverberated through the chapel, and the stained glass began to weep shards that dripped like tears. Each fragment shattered onto the stone floor, spelling new, half-formed names. The hunger was now writing in light, twisting broken pieces into sentences that flickered and died. I backed away, clutching the book, realizing that the hunger was teaching itself to adapt, seeking new ways to preserve its voice. Outside the chapel, I found the world irrevocably changed. Where once was open sky, now a roof of branches arched overhead, formed by trees that had grown in impossible arcs. The air buzzed with the sound of pages turning, though no breeze stirred. My skin felt taut with awareness, as though I had been unmoored from my own history. I stumbled, nearly dropping the book, and something in the leaves above rustled in cruel applause. Then I heard it, a voice, high and distant, humming a lullaby I recognized from my childhood. Only here it was warped, slowed, draped in static. Suddenly, pages rained from the canopy, fluttering down to dress the forest floor like snow. Each page bore a single, half-remembered sentence. Remember me until I am gone. Stop before you start. Sing the unsung name. The words were broken prayers, beckoning me to salvage them. But as I knelt to gather a page, the ink blurred. The sentences shifted beneath my gaze, morphing into other names, some familiar, some new, all dripping with the ache of lives cut short. I realized then that to preserve these words, I would need to write them somewhere they couldn't be devoured, a place beyond the hunger's reach. And so I collected what I could, tucking them into my coat, even as the forest seemed to pull at my arms, wanting to feed on each scrap of memory. I emerged from the trees at dawn, the world outside eerily unchanged, distant dawn light, silent streets, the smell of dew on pavement. My steps felt unsteady, as though I bore the weight of too many lifetimes. The city lay ahead, waiting for me to continue my work, but I knew that wherever I went, the hunger would follow, dragging its roots behind me across miles of land. My mind felt frayed, threads of Thomas's terror, Evelyn's sorrow, Nathaniel's hunger, and the countless voices I had carried, twisting together in a weave of half-formed memories. I clutched the book to my chest, its cover slick with something like tears, and understood that the archivist's duty was not just to remember, but to become the repository so no story would be left to haunt the world ungiven. And in that moment, I made a promise to carry each page to the next place that needed an ending, to speak every name aloud until the hunger's roots tumbled back into darkness. For even as the forest behind me whispered its demands, feed us more. I felt a small flicker of conviction. The hunger might never be sated, but as long as I could breathe, I would give each story a home. And if I survived long enough, I would learn that sometimes even the most broken sentence could be made whole again, one carefully spoken word at a time. The sun rose like a promise that had forgotten how to keep itself, casting a pale light over the empty road ahead. I walked with the weight of a dozen unfinished names tucked into my coat, their pages warm and whispering, like fevered breaths against my skin. Each one murmured its own regrets, its own longing to be completed. I no longer questioned how they spoke or why I could understand them. At this point, disbelief had become a luxury I could no longer afford. The book in my hand, now swollen and warped from the damp forest air, pulsed with unread stories, and I felt it tugging me forward like a compass that pointed not north, but toward the next unraveling. The town ahead wasn't marked on any map, yet its name burned across my thoughts before I even saw the first house. Bellwether, a place I had never visited, yet knew in the way you know a scar belongs to a deeper wound. Bellwether had once been thriving, according to the pages. but now it stood in shivering stillness. The windows of its buildings were dark and dusted with ash, and the street lamps hummed with no power. But it wasn't abandoned. People lived here still. I saw them watching from behind drawn curtains, pale faces pressed to glass, their eyes wide and unsure, as though they recognized the book I carried and feared what it meant. They had seen the chewing, or worse, heard it. And that was enough to keep them indoors, huddled in the corners of memory they hoped the hunger couldn't reach. The first one to speak to me was a boy no older than 10, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the road. He didn't flinch as I approached. Instead, he looked at the book, then at me, and said, "It chewed my sister's name until it tasted like someone else." His voice was hollow, not because he lacked emotion, but because it had been scraped clean by repetition. He'd said that line before. Maybe to himself, maybe to the sky, maybe to anyone willing to listen. I knelt beside him and asked her name, gently, without pressure. He blinked slowly, confused. "I don't remember," he whispered. That's the part it took. I wanted to scream. I wanted to tear the sky open and demand the hunger return what it stole. But there's no bargaining with something that doesn't see itself as a thief. The chewing never believes it's destroying. It thinks it's editing, improving, making the story stronger by stripping away the unneeded flesh. But stories don't survive amputation. They limp, they stagger, they bleed. And this boy was all the proof I needed. I offered him a blank page and asked him to draw his sister's face. His hands shook, but he took the charcoal stub I gave him and began to sketch with the precision only grief can teach. He didn't draw eyes, or lips, or hair. He drew teeth. Rows and rows of them, each one different, none quite human. When he handed the page back, I felt a sting in my palm where his charcoal had pressed too hard. The page had cut me. Blood welled at the edges. The book accepted the page without protest, slipping it into its own body like a tongue, curling around a shard of bone. The wound on my palm stopped bleeding. And the boy whispered. Her name was Lee.
Yeah.
The air shifted, not the wind, not the temperature. The memory of the town adjusted itself, as though the story had found a missing word and realigned accordingly. Curtains fluttered. A door opened. Somewhere, a woman began to hum a lullaby that hadn't been sung in years. The hunger had let go, just a little. It had chewed Leah's name, swallowed it and forgotten it. But through the act of drawing, through the blood, through the book, the sentence had been rewritten. Leah existed again, not fully, not as flesh, but as memory with edges, and that was enough. I left the boy behind, still seated in the road, eyes fixed on the place where his sister's name had returned. He didn't smile. He didn't cry. He simply was, like a punctuation mark that had finally been placed. Bellwether opened to me after that. People emerged from their homes cautiously, their bodies curved with the kind of wariness that comes not from fear, but from being forgotten too long. They gathered around me in silence, each of them carrying something. A lock of hair, a photograph, a note scribbled on the back of a receipt. They had all lost someone to the chew. Some had lost themselves. One woman showed me a picture of a man with no face, only a blur where features should have been. "This was my father," she said. I remember the sound of his voice, but not the words. The chewing got into his vowels. I added her photo to the book, and the book sighed. A noise not of pain or pleasure, but of progress. As if the hunger itself had taken a breath it didn't know it needed. The pages turned on their own that night, stirred by the stories fed into them. I wrote what I could, read what I must. I spoke names until my throat cracked. I bled a little on each one, and Bellwether began to breathe again. But nothing stays calm for long. On the third night, the chewing returned, louder now. Not just inside my head or behind my ribs, but outside, in the walls, in the cracks of the pavement, in the teeth of the buildings themselves. The hunger was watching. Not angry, just curious. as if testing me, as if wondering if I would flinch. I didn't. Because I had remembered something important. The hunger doesn't feed to destroy, it feeds to correct. But it doesn't know what's worth keeping unless someone tells it, and I was that someone now. So I chose the next page. A man named Darren, whose last known act was screaming into a drainpipe the name of a sister who never existed. I read his tale aloud in the center of Bellwether, standing atop an old fountain dried by years of silence. As I spoke, windows lit up, streetlights flickered, and the chewing paused. Just briefly, just long enough to let the story settle, and then it started again, quieter this time. Behind me, inside me, the hunger would never stop. That much was clear. But it could be guided, given a voice, a witness, a map. That was my role. Not to end the chewing, but to give it taste. The next morning I awoke to find the book had split at its spine. Not broken. Grown. It now held too many pages for a single body. A new branch of parchment hung loose, curling like a second tongue, eager to be filled. The hunger had decided it was ready for more. New formats, new voices, new languages. And I, its archivist, its unwilling scribe, knew what came next. I couldn't stay in Bellwether. The chewing had tasted me too long. It would begin to rot the town from within if I lingered. So I packed what I could, pages, blood, charcoal, names, and began walking again. The road ahead bent strangely. The sky blinked. The earth whispered, and I knew the next place wasn't a town. It wasn't even a place in the normal sense. It was a person, a living story so old and tangled, even the hunger hadn't dared finish it. Until now, I quickened my pace. The chewing had begun again. But this time, it wasn't behind me, it was waiting ahead. The road ahead twisted like a question asked too many times. It wasn't made of concrete or dirt, but of something deeper. Memories ground so fine they no longer resembled thought, only instinct. Each step I took on it felt like trespassing. The air thickened as if the sky was trying to listen, and I realized the chewing hadn't merely followed me here. It had built this path, a corridor shaped from discarded tales and aborted endings, and at the center of it all waited a person. Not a city, not a tomb, a person, a story so old the hunger hadn't dared to bite it fully. But now it had changed its mind. Now it wanted closure, or conquest. I couldn't tell the difference anymore. Her name came to me not through the book, not through a page, but through the sound of the chewing itself, as if the act of consuming syllables had left behind a residue, a smear of sound that hardened into language. Clara. The name echoed in my teeth. I whispered it once, and the wind stopped moving. The trees along the path leaned in. Something about Clara froze the world, not with cold, but with expectation. Like her story wasn't just incomplete. It was refusing to end. I followed the path into a clearing where time had fractured. The grass was a dull gray, the sky held two suns, and shadows moved independently of their sources. At the center stood a cabin, small and rotted, held together by tension and memory more than wood. It didn't look lived in. It looked trapped. I stepped onto the porch, boards groaning under my weight, and the door creaked open before I touched it. Inside, the room was filled with clocks. Hundreds of them. Some ticking forward, some backward, some skipping time entirely. They lined the walls, the floors, the ceilings, each one whispering a different name at irregular intervals. And at the center of the chaos, sitting in a high, back chair, was Clara. She didn't look ancient, nor young. Her face was a blur of time, features shifting with each tick, as though her identity was still being argued over. Her eyes were steady, though. They burned. Not like fire, but like certainty. I opened the book, but the pages refused to move. They stuck together, glued by sweat and something thicker, resistance. Clara didn't need me to read her story. She needed me to hear it. I've been repeating the same day for 87 years. She said, her voice jagged like broken tape. Not because I'm trapped, but because the chewing won't finish me. I stood still, the breath catching in my throat. Why not? She smiled, the kind of smile that knows too much. Because I gave it an ending it couldn't swallow. Clara raised one hand and pointed to the wall behind me. I turned and saw a sentence carved deep into the wood, the letters still wet. It read, and then she died with her story unfinished, laughing while the teeth choked on her name. I read it aloud, and the chewing screamed, not a sound, not a roar. A vibration that knocked the clocks from the walls, shattered glass, warped the floor. The cabin groaned as the hunger reached for her again, angry now, desperate to reclaim the narrative. Clara didn't flinch. She rose from her chair, and with each step she took, the cabin aged. Floorboards splintered. Dust exploded into the air. Paint peeled from every surface. She walked toward me and placed a hand on the book. Its spine cracked. "You're not here to end my story," she whispered. "You're here to carry it. Because what the hunger can't eat, it needs to preserve." A page tore itself free from the book and floated between us. Unlike the others, it was blank on one side and burning on the other. I watched as the fire consumed only the emptiness, leaving behind words carved into ash. Clara's story, not her whole life, just the piece the hunger had never managed to erase. The laughter, the moment she defied it, the refusal, the unfinished final scene that had become a weapon. I read it, not aloud, but inward, letting the words anchor to the softest part of me, the part where I kept the other stories. This one didn't scream. It didn't cry. It stood. It was resistance, printed in defiance. And the chewing hated it. The cabin cracked down the middle, and I saw the mouth again. Not a literal one, but the shape of it, vast and old. Gnawing at the edges of the world with slow, infinite hunger. It had found Clara long ago, tried to consume her, but choked on the taste of her refusal. Now it reached for her again, but she stepped forward, arms wide, and laughed. That laugh broke something in the air. The mouth shrank, the clock stopped ticking, and Clara vanished. Not in a tragic way, not in pain, she resolved. She became a complete sentence, one the hunger could never touch again. And I was left holding the page, the final draft of a story that refused to die. I stumbled out of the cabin, back into the clearing, which now stood silent. No chewing, no whispers, just wind, soft and still. But I knew better than to believe it was over. The hunger had only retreated. Clara's story had stunned it. Wounded it maybe, but it was not dead. It would never die, because stories are infinite, and it feeds on what we leave undone. That night, I found a place to rest beneath a sky with only one sun again. I lit a fire, held the book to the light, and watched as Clara's page folded itself neatly into the center. I understood then that not every story needed to be spoken. Some needed to be kept, stored, remembered in silence. The kind of silence that speaks louder than screams. I closed my eyes and dreamed of a library with no walls, filled with people who had never been finished. And I knew I'd go there someday, not to end them, but to read them right, because that's the only way to fight the chewing. Not with blades, not with fire, but with endings so sharp the hunger breaks its teeth. The day began without sunlight, as if the sky itself had forgotten how to rise. There was no storm, no clouds, just a hollow gray that sat heavy on everything, the kind of morning where even birds hold their breath. I walked, the book pressed close to my chest like it might fall apart if I loosened my grip. It had grown again in the night. The spine now curved slightly, its leather cracked from expansion, and the corners were blackened. As though the hunger, in its frustration over Clara, had tried to bite the damn thing itself. But the book had resisted, and now it was changing. Each step I took was guided not by a destination, but by a pull, a familiar tug beneath my ribs that told me there was another story about to slip too far, to fade too fast, to end without being understood. That was my job now, wasn't it? Not just to read and remember, but to catch them before they were lost entirely. The road turned into gravel, then gravel into soil, then soil into something harder to name. It didn't crumble underfoot. It pulsed. Like I was walking across a creature's back. I paused at the edge of what looked like an orchard. Rows of trees spaced too perfectly. Their trunks a little too thin, their branches sagging not with fruit, but with hanging objects. At first, I thought they were lanterns. But as I stepped closer, I saw the truth. They were mouths, hundreds of them, sewn into the bark. Human mouths, some open in silent screams, others puckered shut, lips of all shapes and colors, all ages. Some had teeth. Others were gumming the air as if still chewing long after the meal had gone. The trees whispered, not with leaves, but with breath. The kind of breath that comes after the last word is spoken. I realized I was standing in a grove of endings, a place where unfinished stories had gone not to die, but to decay. I reached out to one of the mouths, a small one, no bigger than a child's. It opened slowly, trembled once, and then spoke in a voice barely louder than the wind. No one read me, it said, so I read myself. That's when I noticed the pages on the ground. Not fallen leaves, journals, torn pages, letters, even entire books, half-burned, water-damaged, curled from heat and time. This was where forgotten stories came to rot. Not the loud ones, not the grand tales of war and love and monsters. These were the small ones, the quiet ones, the whispers in the margins. And they had mouths now, desperate to speak even if no one listened. I dropped to my knees, fingers brushing the closest letter. It was written in pencil, shaky and unfinished. I kept the tooth in my drawer. It moved at night. I didn't tell Mom because I thought maybe it was mine. But last week, I checked my mouth and there were too many. Unsigned. The pencil had broken halfway through the page, like whoever wrote it ran out of time. I felt the pull again. Not from the book, but from the tooth in the story. It wanted to be heard. And I knew if I didn't speak it, the hunger would eventually swallow it in silence, digesting it into something untrue. So I read it aloud, every line, even the broken ones, and the mouth in the tree that had whispered before it sighed, then closed, peacefully, like a story finished properly. That's how I spent the day. Reading aloud the forgotten, pulling voices from the dirt. I read about a woman who married a mirror because no one else ever looked at her. About a boy who trained a worm to spell his name in dirt. About a man who wrote a letter to his own reflection and never got a reply. Each story, strange and aching in its own way, found a mouth in the trees. And with every reading, one more lip closed, one more ending accepted. But the sun never rose, and the ground kept pulsing. And sometime after the 20th reading, I realized something was wrong. The chewing had stopped, completely. No soft crunching at the edge of my thoughts. No knowing in the wind. Just absence. It wasn't peace. It was pause. The kind of pause you get right before something takes a much bigger bite. I backed away from the trees, heart thudding. The book in my hands vibrated. Just once, like a shudder down a spine. Then it screamed. The sound wasn't audible, but I felt it, deep and sharp. Like someone had read my bones out loud and found them full of typos. The sky above split, not with light, but with letters. Thousands of them, falling like black rain. Letters without order, disconnected, senseless. A shower of broken language pouring down on the orchard, staining the mouths black, pooling at the roots. The stories I had read, they were being unwritten. The hunger denied Clara, denied the boy, denied the forest. It had changed tactics. It wasn't chewing anymore. It was vomiting, spitting out all the stories it couldn't finish, rejecting them, corrupting them, and what's worse, it was starting with mine. My name appeared above the orchard, etched in sky, shadow letters, flickering like a dying neon sign, the archivist. Then it split down the middle, torn, rewritten, scrambled, until it read something else, the error, and I felt it, a shift inside the book, a page curling backward, a story unraveling from the end to the beginning. Mine, The hunger had begun chewing me in reverse. If it couldn't finish me, it would start me, erase me from my own archive. I staggered toward the edge of the grove, the mouths all now drooling ink, screaming in silence, their peaceful closures undone. I could still feel the stories inside me, but they were fading, not being stolen, just being made incorrect. A word here, a detail there. The boy who drew teeth was now a girl who plucked her tongue out and fed it to birds. Clara's laugh became a scream. The forest had never existed. The book was just a blank journal with a burn mark. The hunger was rewriting everything I knew. But I still had one weapon. One final story I hadn't told. My own. I collapsed beneath the oldest tree in the grove, its trunk wide enough to house a dozen mouths. I tore a fresh page from the back of the book, a blank one, and started writing. Not someone else's story, not a memory, mine. I wrote how I found the page in the school, how the scream in the paper led me to Durham, how the chewing first whispered, then roared, how I bled on names, spoke endings, and fought the erasure with vowels as sharp as glass. I wrote Clara, the boy, the readers, the forest. I wrote myself whole. And as I wrote the final line, the archivist is not a mistake. I was made to remember what the hunger cannot swallow. The tree above me opened its widest mouth and devoured the page. But this time, it didn't chew, it swallowed whole, and with that, the ink rain stopped. The sky stitched itself shut. The mouths fell silent, and the book in my hand burned with new purpose. Not everything was fixed, but one truth had anchored again. A story told properly cannot be untold. Not by hunger, not by silence, not even by time. I stood bloodied, frayed, whole, and ready for the next page. The chewing didn't return with a sound this time. It returned with a name. Not a whisper, not a scream, but a pressure that built behind my teeth, an itch along the inside of my skull, as if someone had scrawled a word across the surface of my brain and kept scratching it deeper with every breath I took. I didn't speak the name at first. I didn't want to. But it wouldn't let me forget it. It was there when I opened my eyes. It pulsed behind every blink. And when I finally mouthed it, the trees around me bent in half like they'd been punched in the gut. Mallory. That was it. Just one word. But it hit like a brick through stained glass. The name felt cursed, like saying it out loud had pulled a pin from something buried. The air around me thickened immediately, and not in a dramatic storm is coming kind of way. No thunder, no wind, just density. Like the very air had been waiting for that name to be released so it could start pressing in, cell by cell, until the world folded around it. I didn't need the book to tell me this story was different. I could feel it. Mallory wasn't a person. Or maybe she had been once, but now she was something else. Something unresolved. An echo that had grown fangs. A sentence that ended with a scream and a set of coordinates. I didn't know what she was to the hunger, but the chewing had left marks in her name. Sharp edges that drew blood just from thinking about her too long. And now, that name was mine to carry. I followed it, not like a tracker. More like a puppet being yanked forward by a thread. Each step felt wrong. The ground didn't shift, but recoiled, like the earth was trying to pull away from wherever Mallory waited. Trees leaned back. Shadows curled away from my path. Even the light seemed to dim around the edges of her name. Eventually, I found the place. It was an old house. Not ruined, not haunted, just wrong. Too symmetrical, too clean. The kind of house that shouldn't exist after everything else I'd seen. Perfect siding, unbroken windows, a door without a scratch. It sat at the end of a gravel path that had no beginning. Just a house floating in narrative isolation. I knew better than to trust its surface. I opened the book. Its pages trembled, but none of them moved on their own. They didn't need to. The hunger had stopped rewriting, for now. But it hadn't stopped watching. I stepped up to the porch. No creak, no wind, just silence. Stretched so tight it might snap with the smallest wrong word. I knocked once. and the door opened on its own. Inside, it smelled like childhood. Not my own, not exactly. Just someone's. Warm sugar, paper dolls, the faint tinge of melted plastic. The hallway led into a room lit by flickering lamps, and the soft hum of a lullaby being played too slowly. And in the center of the room, sitting cross-legged on the floor, was Mallory. She looked 8 years old, maybe 10. But her eyes didn't belong to a child. They belonged to something that had watched itself be erased over and over until it learned how to bite back. She smiled when she saw me. "You're the one who keeps fixing things." I stayed still. The book buzzed in my hands. Not violently. Just like it knew this was delicate. Like it was asking me not to speak too fast. "I try," I said. Mallory tilted her head. "Do you know how many stories I was in before they stopped writing me?" I shook my head. 17, she said. "That I remember. Maybe more. But they never liked how I ended, so they changed me, each time. Took parts away, made me quieter, smaller, less scary." Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Until I wasn't even a person anymore. Just a placeholder for tension." I felt something crack inside me. She wasn't just a forgotten story. She was a punished one. "They didn't delete me," she whispered. "They chewed me until I was soft enough to swallow. But they never let me finish. So I started finishing myself." She stood slowly. The air around her shimmered like heat. "And now they send people like you to clean me up, to archive me, to make me make sense." I took a cautious step forward. "That's not why I'm here." She laughed, a jagged little sound like glass tapping against porcelain. "But that's what you do, right? You read us. You give us endings, even if we're not ready." "I don't give endings," I said. "I hold them until they're ready to be told." Mallory blinked, and for a second her smile dropped. That was enough. The house around us shifted. Not violently, not all at once, just shifted. Like it had been waiting for her to doubt. A picture frame on the wall fell and shattered. A bookshelf collapsed inward. The lullaby sped up by half a beat. "I don't want an ending," she said. "I want a voice. I want to bite back." And that's when I realized what the hunger had done. It hadn't chewed her to destroy her. It had tried to absorb her, but she was too sharp, too strange, too uneditable. So she stayed in the belly of the beast, slicing at the inside, until she learned to weaponize her own unfinishedness. Mallory wasn't just a story anymore. She was a scar the hunger couldn't heal. And she was growing, faster than I could stop. The book in my hand read, pages flipping furiously. One final sheet tore loose and fluttered to the floor between us. I didn't pick it up. I didn't read it. I offered it. Mallory stared at the page, then back at me. "What is it?" she asked. "It's yours," I said. "To finish however you want." She didn't move, didn't breathe. And then, with a gentleness that made my heart ache, she picked up the page and wrote 3 words. Just 3. Then folded the paper and tucked it into her dress. "I'm not ready," she whispered. And just like that, the chewing stopped. Not paused. Not retreated. Stopped, because for the first time, a story had been offered the choice not to end. And the hunger couldn't process that. It didn't know how to chew consent. The house began to dissolve, but not like a dream or a memory. It folded in on itself like an origami swan coming undone. Peacefully, one crease at a time. Mallory stepped toward me, handed me the folded page, and said, "When I'm ready, you'll know." Then she vanished. Not into light, not into ash. Just gone, like a story paused mid-sentence. Choosing silence over closure, I stood there alone, holding the folded page, the hunger finally quiet, and knew this was something new. Not a victory, not a loss, just new. Something the chewing couldn't understand. And in that tiny, breathless space, I smiled, because I finally did. I didn't open Mallory's page. Not yet. It sat in my coat pocket like a living pulse, throbbing just faintly against my chest. reminding me it was there but never asking to be read. That was the thing with stories like hers, they had teeth of their own. If you tried to force them open, they didn't just fight back, they rewrote you. And I couldn't afford to lose pieces of myself, not now. Not when the world had gone so disturbingly still. The chewing had stopped, but it wasn't victory. It felt more like a breath being held. Long, dangerous, suspended. I left the house, or what was left of it. The path behind me had vanished, consumed by the same quiet that now wrapped the world in a too tight embrace. There were no birds, no wind. Even the trees had stopped creaking. I knew this silence. I'd read it in stories before. It wasn't peace. It was a stall. The kind of pause where reality leans in and asks, "Are you sure you want to keep going?" Of course I was. But something had changed. The book didn't hum anymore. It ached. Like it had absorbed Mallory's refusal and didn't know where to store it. Some of its pages were curling at the corners, ink running as if sweating, and the spine had taken on a strange stiffness, like it had braced itself for something it couldn't explain. I didn't dare add anything else. Not yet. The book was too full, not of stories but of consequence. I walked for hours with no direction, letting the book lead me in its subtle way. The flutter of a loose page, a warmth on the leather cover when I strayed too far, the occasional low throb of memory surfacing at my back like a ghost. That's when I found the man. He was standing in the middle of an overgrown playground, arms outstretched, head tilted back like he was listening to a choir only he could hear. The grass had grown up to his waist, wild and soft, and the swings behind him creaked in a breeze I couldn't feel. His shirt was soaked in ink, not written on, soaked, as if words had spilled out of his body and dyed the fabric. I kept my distance. "Do you hear it?" I asked. He smiled slowly. "Not anymore." Was it chewing? He shook his head. "Not this time." It was stomping. I stepped closer, careful. His eyes were the color of burned paper, and his mouth had a twitch to it, like it was trying to remember how to speak in past tense. "They tried to write me happy," he whispered, over and over. "Different authors, different pens, always a neat bow at the end. But I wasn't built for happiness." I understood then. This man had been rewritten too many times, not erased, not devoured, just edited, smoothed until all the sharp edges that made him real had been polished into platitudes. He wasn't a person anymore. He was a collection of compromises bound in flesh. He raised a hand and pointed to a journal half buried in the sand beneath the jungle gym. I knelt and pulled it free. Its cover was unmarked, but its pages inside were filled with black lines, crossed out paragraphs, entire sections redacted in thick strokes of ink. "This is your story," he nodded. "What's left of it?" I opened the book and let the wind, now faintly returning, flip to a page near the center. It wasn't crossed out, just blank with a sentence faintly pressed into it like a scar. He smiled, even though it hurt. The words bled as I read them, not metaphorically. They bled. Black red drops pooled at the bottom of the page and smeared as the book shuddered in my hands. The man began to laugh, but it wasn't joy. It was panic, a sound made by someone who'd realized the truth of themselves and couldn't bear the taste. "You see," he choked. "Even my pain's been overwritten. It hurts wrong." I closed the book. He fell silent, and the grass around him breathed. That's when I saw them, faces in the blades. Tiny flickering expressions caught in the movement of the field. Children, lovers, enemies. All the versions of the man that had been written and rewritten. Their features flickered in and out with the wind, each one whispering a different version of his name. The book in my hands grew heavy. It didn't want to hold him. Too unstable, too tampered with. I looked at the man. "Do you want to be remembered?" He nodded. "Then you have to choose which version." He paused. That silence stretched. Then he said the one thing I hadn't expected. "Let the worst one live." I stared. He smiled again. The one where I scream at my mother. The one where I push someone away. The one with the sharp corners and cracked teeth. Let that one stay, because at least he was mine. It was brutal, but it was real, and the chewing, wherever it hid now, responded. I felt the shift. A slow, grudging exhale from the earth itself. Like the hunger had tasted truth again after so long gnawing on fiction, and for a moment it had enough. I wrote his name. Just one. No last name. No context. Just Bren. Then I wrote the line he'd given me, word for word, bleeding ink and all. Let the worst one live. The journal burned itself shut in my hands, sealing with a hiss. And the man disappeared. Not into dust, not into silence, but into consistency. He wasn't undone. He was finished. The playground went quiet again, but the wind stayed. The grass moved. The story lingered. I took out Mallory's page and held it in my hand again. Still folded, still waiting. But somehow after Bren, it didn't feel heavy anymore. It felt patient. I placed it back in my coat and turned toward the horizon. The hunger was still out there. Not chewing, not weeping, but watching. And now it knew I was ready for whatever it tried next. Because I didn't just carry stories anymore. I believed them. Sharp edges and all. The sky cracked that night, not with thunder or light, but with silence breaking under its own weight. There was no storm, no stars, just a soundless fracture that ran through the air, like someone had pressed a finger into the fabric of the world and left a line. I felt it long before I saw it. My teeth ached, my spine pulsed. The book grew hot against my chest. Something had shifted, not in me, not even in the hunger, but in the language of the world itself. It was changing, and it was watching. I was walking through an empty town. No name on any sign, no memory in the bones of its buildings. The streets were lined with shops whose windows showed nothing but reflections. Not of the world outside, but of someone else's dream. Each pane shimmered, not with light, but with possibility. Stories that could have been, might have been, maybe should have been, but never were. And that made them dangerous. Because those are the stories the hunger loves most. I passed a storefront where the window flickered between two versions of the same scene. In one, a woman stood behind the counter, laughing with a man holding flowers. In the other, she was alone, holding a broken vase, her face smeared with mascara and something worse. Regret rewritten too many times. I tried not to look directly at the window, but the reflection saw me. It turned. Its smile cracked wide, wider than a human mouth should go, and whispered one word through the glass: archivist. Not shouted, not begged, named. The word hit me harder than expected. My knees buckled. My vision blurred. Because this wasn't someone remembering me. It was the story itself addressing me. That had never happened before. Stories had blood, screamed, begged, but they had never called me by role. This wasn't about recognition, it was a summons. I staggered forward, away from the glass, the book pulsing like a second heart. The buildings around me grew more distorted with every step. Doors too small to enter. Streets that looped into themselves. Signs that changed their letters when you blinked. This wasn't a town, it was a sentence. Long, run on. Fragmented. Built by someone trying desperately to say something, but forgetting the grammar of truth. And at the center of it all stood the library. Not a library. The library. I'd never seen it before, not in any real sense, but I'd felt it in every story I'd read. It was the place where all the untold endings were stacked, where the hunger first learned to chew, and now its doors were open. No guards, no locks, just an invitation. I entered, and instantly the chewing returned, not loud, not violent, but intimate, close, like someone was gnawing behind my eardrum, testing the cartilage for secrets. The inside of the library was endless, but not vast. It was tight. The shelves weren't stacked in rows, but woven into each other, like ribs curling inward. Books lined every surface, walls, floors, ceilings. Some were bound in leather, some in skin. Some just screamed when you looked too closely. I walked past a row of shelves humming with unfinished lullabies. Another sang in reverse. Another just cried. None of the books had titles. But they didn't need them. Their stories weren't waiting to be read. They were watching, sizing me up, measuring my usefulness. One whispered, "He can't help. He carries too much." Another hissed, "He fixed Bren. He'll try to fix us." I tried to ignore them. I clutched the book to my chest and kept walking deeper, until I reached the center, the eye. It wasn't a statue or a figure. It was a page, massive, suspended in air, and written across it, in letters so sharp they shimmered, was my name, not just archivist, but my actual name, the one I hadn't spoken in years, the one the hunger had never dared touch. Seeing it there, carved into the story that watched all other stories, sent a cold spike down my spine. Beneath the name was a sentence. It read, "Hey, who reads the wrong ending will be read in return." I didn't understand at first. Then I did. Too late. The page blinked. And I was inside it, not trapped, not imprisoned, just shifted. My body didn't move, but the perspective around me twisted. Suddenly, I wasn't walking through the library. I was being read by it. Every memory, every sentence, every mistake and ending and rewritten truth, it was examining me. Not for judgment, for placement. Where do you belong in the archive? That's what the library was asking, because not all stories are filed. Some are fed. And I could feel the hunger stretching in the margins, testing me, checking if I was ready to be a chapter or a cautionary tale. I reached into my coat and pulled out Mallory's page. Still folded, still burning softly, and I held it up. The page that read me hesitated, then recoiled, because it didn't know Mallory's story. It had never cataloged it, never tasted it. It was too new, too self-authored. Mallory wasn't an entry in the archive. She was a disruption, and I carried her like a match. I unfolded her page. 3 words, still there, still breathing. Not your ending. The library screamed, not aloud, but inward. Books began to unravel. Pages spun. Titles rewrote themselves. The sentence I'd read cracked across its surface. The shelves twisted like intestines. And I understood the library wasn't angry at me. It was terrified. Because if stories could start choosing their own endings, if characters like Mallory could say no, then the hunger would starve. And the library would lose control. No more neat shelves. No more doomed patterns, just choice. I pressed the page into the core, and the eye blinked. The chewing stopped again. This time, I knew it wasn't a stall. It was panic. Because stories were remembering who they belonged to. And I wasn't here to archive anymore. I was here to return ownership. I turned and walked out of the collapsing library, flames of language licking at the edges of the sky. The hunger howled, but I didn't run. I just whispered to the next story waiting in my coat. Your turn. The fire didn't follow me out of the library, not in the way fire usually behaves. It didn't consume. It didn't roar. It rewrote. Flames curled around the shelves like ribbons, reshaping text, turning prose to symbols, symbols to silence, and silence into something too old to name. The books didn't scream as they burned. They sighed, relieved, as if they'd been holding their breath since the day they were written, waiting for someone to come along and strike a match not in destruction, but release. And I understood then, what I'd always feared to admit. The hunger had never just been a monster in the dark. It had been an editor, a brutal one, cutting away what didn't fit, what didn't conform, what didn't end cleanly. Now that editor was on fire. I didn't look back. I couldn't, because behind me wasn't ash. It was the story of the world being unspooled from its own constraints. And ahead of me, for the first time, there wasn't silence. There was music. Low, strange, wrong in the most beautiful way. Like a lullaby composed by someone who had only ever heard nightmares, but wanted to believe in peace. It came from a single place. A house, tall and narrow, standing alone in the middle of a salt flat. There was no road to it. No trail, just the house perched atop cracked ground. Every window lit from within like it was hosting 1,000 ghosts who'd finally decided to stay home. The music seeped out of every wall, and the air shimmered with it. I didn't need the book to guide me. The house was calling. Each step I took toward it felt like walking through a memory that wasn't mine. I smelled lilacs, my mother's favorite flower, though I never told anyone that. I heard a piano piece my father once played the day after my sister died, soft and clumsy. I saw shadows out of the corner of my eye, people I'd loved, people I'd lost, all turning just slightly away as I approached. This wasn't a trap, this was an offering. The front door opened on its own, and I stepped inside to find pages. Thousands of them, taped to the walls, stacked in towers, hanging from the ceiling by threads of hair. Some were full of ink, others blank. And at the center of the room sat a boy no older than 12, his fingers black to the wrists, chewing the corner of a page like it was a piece of fruit. He looked up at me with eyes that were older than God. "You came late," he said, spitting a piece of pulp to the floor. "I wasn't invited. You were always invited. They just hoped you'd decline." The boy stood, brushing crumbs of story from his pants. This is where it began, where the chewing started. Not with monsters, not with curses. Just a lonely boy who couldn't finish the story he was writing, so he started eating the ones around him. I swallowed hard. "You," he nodded. "I didn't mean to. I just wanted something complete, something true. But stories, they aren't meant to be finished. Not really. So I kept going, bit by bit, page by page. And then it wasn't just me anymore. The hunger found me, wrapped itself around my want, and turned it into need. I became the mouth. But I never stopped being the boy." He walked over to a tall stack of yellowed paper and pulled one free. This was the first. He handed it to me. It wasn't a story, it was a drawing. A family, his family, faces sketched in charcoal, the lines shaky and unsure. But what caught my eye was that each face had teeth, sharp ones, and every mouth was open. They started talking to me through the drawings, he whispered. And then they stopped talking altogether. That's when I started to chew. I looked around the room. Every page I'd ever read, every story I'd ever told, was part of this. Not part of the solution, part of the sickness. We'd all contributed. Every abandoned story, every torn letter, every unfinished goodbye. The boy hadn't created the hunger. He'd just given it structure. "What do you want from me?" I asked. He tilted his head. "The page in your pocket." "Mallory's." I backed away. "I don't want to eat it," he said softly. "I want to remember what it feels like to choose." She did, and now you have. He walked to a small desk in the corner, lifted the lid, and revealed a single unmarked book. Its cover was bone white, its pages gold-edged but empty. The boy reached into his mouth, literally into his mouth, and pulled out a strip of paper curled like a tongue. He placed it on the desk. "Write the ending," he said. "Not for me, not for her, for you." I stood there, heart pounding. This was it, not the final battle, not the victory. The choice. I reached into my coat. Mallory's page trembled as I unfolded it one last time. "Not your ending." It was more than defiance. It was permission to not end, to exist unfinished, to live in the tension between beginnings and closure. But my story, it deserved a sentence. One, just one. So I wrote. Hate carried the fire because someone had to, even when it burned his hands. And I closed the book. The boy smiled. The chewing stopped for good, not because it had been defeated, but because, for the first time since it was born, it was full. The house exhaled. Pages drifted gently from the ceiling, and the boy vanished, not consumed, not erased. Just remembered, I stepped outside to a world without hunger, a world that still whispered, still ached, still begged to be told. But now it waited, not to be fixed, not to be ended, just to be held. And I was ready. It had been quiet for too long. Not the kind of quiet that follows horror. That uneasy silence stuffed with aftermath and flinching shadows. This was a different kind. This was the quiet that follows a decision. A final, resolute hush that spread through the world like a balm over a wound, thick and unflinching. And in that silence I walked. No hunger in my chest. No wrething from the book. No voice hissing in my head about the next story, the next bite, the next sorrow to taste. It was peaceful. But peace, I've learned, doesn't always mean safety. Sometimes peace is just a distraction, while something much older opens its eyes. The ground beneath me was no longer the dirt and roots of the forest, nor the cobbled remains of abandoned towns, nor the fiction, warped pavement of the city that forgot how to speak. It was paper. Endless, crinkling paper that stretched beneath my boots as far as the eye could see, and it wasn't blank. Oh no. It was full. Thousands. No. Millions of words. All of them written in the same jagged, frantic hand, like someone had been carving sentences into flesh instead of writing them onto page. Names, moments, stutters of dialogue. All out of order. All desperate to be noticed. A graveyard of half-thoughts. I knelt and read one. She promised to return before the ink dried, but the ink never dried, and neither did she. It wasn't familiar, but it felt like it belonged to me. Or at least to the version of me the stories had been building in silence while I walked. This was the place where the stories dream, and now that the hunger had stilled, they had no one left to chew through, so they began dreaming me. The sky wasn't sky, it was parchment. Pale, almost translucent. Every so often, a sentence would scroll across it in ink so dark it shimmered, half-formed thoughts, dying characters, forgotten lines waiting to be salvaged. One floated overhead as I stared upward. The archivist forgot how to forget. It should have frightened me, but it didn't, because I finally understood. All this time, I thought the hunger was some outside force, something ancient and starving, feeding off the incompleteness of the world. But it was never outside. It was born inside us. Inside me, a survival mechanism turned parasite, because to survive the chaos of memory, the ache of half-finished lives, we needed to bite, to chew, to consume until nothing raw remained. And once the hunger settled, what was left behind? The ink. It had bled from my hands once. It had cried from my eyes. It had poisoned my thoughts. But now, in this wide paper plane, it simply waited. The book, my book, shivered once under my coat. It hadn't stirred since I'd written the sentence for the boy. But now it pulsed like a heartbeat again. And then I realized it wasn't pulsing. It was knocking. From the inside. I pulled it out. Its leather was darker than I remembered, like it had soaked up too much truth. I opened it. Just one page. Blank. But something was pushing behind it. Not words, not images, a presence I didn't have time to brace. The page split, and out walked a girl, no older than 14, hair like ash, eyes like oil. She didn't blink, she didn't speak, she watched. "You're not one of mine," I said, voice dry. She cocked her head, then whispered, "I'm what comes next." The sky rumbled above us, more parchment splitting, words tearing across the heavens in enormous, slanted strokes. The ink dreamed of fire, but all it ever made was ash. "What are you?" I asked. She stepped closer, and the world creased under her feet, not like footsteps, like folds, as if her existence bent the page itself. "I'm not the hunger," she said. "I'm what the hunger was keeping you from seeing." I stepped back. "You're the opposite of hunger." She smiled faintly. "I'm the rewrite." I knew then every time a story is finished, every time an ending is accepted, the world resets its jaws, satisfied. But when a story refuses to end, when it lingers, when it simmers in unfinished thought, it gives birth to something else. Possibility. This girl was made of it. She was the daughter of unresolved plot, the offspring of unsaid things. "I can't hold you," I murmured, gesturing to the book. "You'll break it." She nodded. "That's why you need a new one." And just like that, the book in my hands crumbled. Not violently, not with fire. It just fell apart into threads of ink, which floated upward, rewriting the sky itself. A final sentence shimmered above us before vanishing into the cloud of not quite yet. The one who remembers must now forget. And in my hands, something new formed. Not a book, not a page, a seed, pale, warm, pulsing. I understood. The stories didn't need to be carried anymore. Not in the old way, not locked between binding. They needed to be planted, allowed to grow, to stretch, to change. And it was her job, the rewrites, to water them. She touched my shoulder, and I felt every unfinished tale I'd ever swallowed, carried, read aloud or buried, sprout within me. Roots threading through my veins, leaves brushing the inside of my ribs. Not pain, not possession, just rebirth. You're not the archivist anymore, she whispered. Then what am I? She smiled. You're the blank page. And she turned and walked back into the sky. It folded around her, swallowed her name, left behind only space. I stood alone in the paper field, holding the seed of a new world, and for the first time in what felt like centuries, I didn't hear chewing. I heard writing, and it was beautiful. The wind had words in it now, not clear ones, not full sentences, but the suggestion of speech, of memory warming back into shape like breath on a mirror. The kind of language you hear in dreams right before waking, when everything feels more real than reality, but vanishes the moment you try to hold it. I stood there in the field of paper, surrounded by whispers and roots of forgotten tales threading up from the earth like veins on pale skin, the seed still glowing in my hand. It didn't speak. It didn't pulse. It just waited. It was the weight of everything that could be, but hadn't been yet, and that terrified me more than any chewing ever had. The hunger, as monstrous as it was, had at least made sense. It devoured. It ended. It simplified. But this was uncertainty. This was responsibility in its purest, most delicate form. You couldn't fight it. You couldn't run from it. You could only tend to it or ignore it until it grew into something worse. And that's when I heard it, low at first, like someone breathing through grit, not chewing, not pages tearing, writing, deliberate, ragged. Like a hand that hadn't held a pen in years but remembered how it felt. I followed the sound until I saw her. She sat at the edge of the paper field, legs folded beneath her, hunched over a journal, so battered it looked like it had been dug up from a grave. Her hand trembled as she wrote, not from fear, from exhaustion. Her ink was black and sticky, thick like blood that had dried and refused to move. But the words kept coming. I didn't speak, not right away. I watched, because she wasn't writing a story. She was rewriting herself. Each sentence she carved into the journal seemed to push her further into being. Her outline solidified. Her face became clearer. Her shadow finally touched the ground. She was remembering herself sentence by sentence, line by broken line. And as I stepped closer, I realized I knew her, or I had. But the version I remembered had been soft-spoken, half erased, a background presence in someone else's tale. This was someone restored. You were a footnote. I whispered. She didn't stop writing. They made me one. I refused to stay that way. Her voice was sharp now. Cracked, but firm. The kind of voice you only earn after forgetting how to use it for too long. What's your name? I asked. She paused, just for a second, then wrote one final word. Me. It bled across the page, and the ground beneath her trembled. A ripple spread through the paper field. Words jumped from the earth. Phrases uncoiled like snakes. And for the first time, I saw the truth. The stories weren't just watching. They were waiting to be claimed. Not by archivists. Not by the hunger. By themselves. She closed the journal and looked up at me, eyes ink, dark and steady. You carry the seed. I nodded. I don't know what to do with it. You're not supposed to. She stood. You're supposed to plant it. Where? Her smile was slow and strange. Where you're scared to. I turned that over in my mind and realized there was only one place that still scared me. The mirror room, buried deep beneath the first story I ever swallowed. A place where my reflection had once looked back at me and smiled wrong. A place I'd locked behind walls of half-truths and clever prose. The room where the archivist had been born, and maybe where he had to end. I looked down at the seed in my hand. Its glow had faded, but its warmth remained. Like a coal, not a flame. Waiting. I don't even know if that place still exists, I muttered. She shrugged. Then write it. So I did. Right there, in the dirt-paged ground of the paper field. I bent down and wrote with my finger. The mirror room waits. The moment the last word landed, the field split open. Not with violence. With invitation. A staircase spiraled downward, each step carved from discarded metaphors and erased plot lines. The descent wasn't steep, but it felt infinite. I looked at her one last time. What happens if I plant it and the mirror breaks? She met my gaze evenly. Then you'll finally stop being a reflection. So I went down, deeper than I'd ever gone, past the bones of stories that never finished, past the sighs of characters left without resolution, down to the root of the thing, the mirror room. It looked exactly the same. Cold, still, endless walls of glass, each one reflecting a different version of me, the proud, the broken, the furious, the liar, the coward, the martyr, all of them smiling, all of them hungry, because the hunger hadn't died, it had just retreated. To me. I stood in the center and held the seed high. My reflections leaned forward, eager, salivating. I spoke clearly. This is not your story, and I dropped the seed. It didn't fall, it grew. Instantly. Wildly. Roots cracked through the mirrors, branches tore through the ceiling, leaves unfurled like old apologies finally spoken aloud. The room shook. My reflections screamed, not with pain, but with exile. They shattered, one by one, until only one remained. Mine. No hunger, no distortion. Just me. The seed had bloomed into a tree taller than the room itself, its bark pulsing with unwritten sentences. And I knew, with a breathless certainty, that I had done it. I hadn't ended the hunger. I had rewritten what it meant to be hungry. Not for endings, but for truth. The tree bent toward me, a single leaf falling into my palm. A new page, a new story, blank, but this time, it would begin my way. There is something unnatural about true silence. Not just the absence of sound, but the kind that feels sentient, observant. Like silence itself is holding its breath, waiting for you to make a mistake. That's what filled the shattered mirror room after the seed bloomed. Not peace, not stillness, but silence with memory. Every broken shard on the ground reflected not the room, not the tree, not even me, but the before. The me I had carried, the one who bowed to the hunger without realizing it, the one who built a role out of swallowing stories he never truly let live, the one who wore the title of archivist like a skin he didn't know how to shed. The tree towered above me, its branches splitting the room like lightning frozen in time. Leaves whispered even without wind. Ink, dark and twitching at their edges, as if the stories growing inside them were too impatient to wait their turn. I stood there with the new page, the leaf that had dropped into my hand, blank, warm, and waiting. It didn't ask for a pen. It didn't ask for structure or form or even permission. It asked for honesty. And that's where the fear returned. Because if I wrote honestly, without stylizing the trauma, without making poetry of pain, without disguising my shame in metaphors, I wasn't sure what would come out. I had never written from truth alone. I had always translated it. But the tree had no interest in translations. It had grown from refusal. It had bloomed in rebellion. It demanded the raw. I knelt, placed the page on the ground. And for the first time, I didn't write, I spoke. My name is an archivist, I said aloud, the walls catching each syllable like they were precious. That was something the hunger gave me, something to make the consumption feel noble. But I've eaten enough stories to know, truth doesn't need an index. It needs air and space and people brave enough to tell it, even if it cuts. The room creaked. Not the structure, the memory, something deeper. I turned toward one of the few intact mirrors left standing. It reflected me, sure, but not just now. It flickered through the versions of me I had once been. The child who scribbled endings on napkins and called them prayers. The teenager who whispered stories to the wind so someone, anyone, might hear. The adult who collected tragedies like coins, convinced the weight made him real. And finally, the man who had fed the hunger by pretending to save stories, while quietly hoping one would save him. And that man, the last one, smiled, then stepped out of the mirror. He wasn't a shadow, not a ghost, not even a doppelganger. He was me, flesh, bone. Regret made animate. His mouth twisted into something that might have once passed for a grin, but now only bared teeth. "You planted it too deep," he said. His voice wasn't eerie. It wasn't distorted. It was familiar. The tone I used when lying to myself. "What are you?" "I'm what's left when you stop lying," he said simply, and took a step closer. "The one who let the hunger in. The one who liked it. Because at least when you were chewing through other people's pain, you didn't have to sit with your own." I didn't respond. He tilted his head. "You think planting that seed was enough. Think it fixes all the harm done by your tongue, your pen, your eager hands. You didn't just archive stories. You arranged them, rewrote pain to make it palatable, made grief into theater. You consumed them. I set them free. You bound them in your image. What's the difference?" I wanted to deny it. I wanted to scream that he was wrong, but he wasn't. I had told myself I was preserving stories, but the truth was uglier. I was curating pain into something clean, safe, digestible. "I didn't know any better," I said finally. He leaned forward. "And now you do." He didn't attack. He didn't vanish. He stepped beside me, leaned against the tree, and waited. "What now?" I asked. "That's your problem, isn't it?" he said. "Without a title, you don't know what to be." I looked at the leaf again. It was still blank, still warm, but something shifted, a faint shimmer along its surface. The potential of a beginning, so I told him, not the reflection, me. "I won't write the stories anymore." His brow furrowed. "I'll listen. I'll witness. I'll help them tell themselves. If they ask. If they want. And if they don't." I looked up at the tree, branches humming. "I'll wait." The reflection looked at me for a long, long moment, and then, for the first time, he stepped backward, not into the mirror, not into shadow, into me, and I didn't flinch. I let him in. The room didn't erupt. The tree didn't bloom again. The world didn't applaud. But something inside me stilled, not silence, not peace, just balance. The hunger, the seed, the archive, the rewrite, all of it was part of the same thing, not opposing forces, just truths wearing different masks. I took the leaf and pressed it to the ground. This time, it didn't vanish. It rooted. The floor rippled, and from it grew a voice I hadn't heard in years. Mine, no title, no metaphor, just me. And I spoke the first line of a story not written by hunger or guilt or fear. I was always afraid to be forgotten, until I realized I never really existed. The walls didn't fall, the sky didn't open, but somewhere far away, a story stopped waiting and started speaking. It didn't sound like any voice I'd ever heard before, certainly not mine. Not the quiet, composed tone I used when archiving pain, like I was above it. Not the frayed, hushed whisper I once used to tell myself I was saving stories, not feeding off them. No, this voice was clear. Not loud, not dramatic. Just true. It didn't ask permission. It didn't stumble. It entered the room like it had always been there, like the silence had just been keeping its seat warm. "I remember you," it said. I froze. The tree didn't move. The mirrors didn't stir. But every hair on my neck rose, like something holy had stepped into the air beside me. "I remember you before you were the archivist. Before you learned how to hide behind pages. I turned slowly. There was no figure, no source. Just the voice, weaving itself through the space like ink seeping across parchment, calm and inevitable. The kind of voice that doesn't belong to a person, but to a memory you forgot on purpose. "You're the story I didn't finish," I said. "But yes," it answered. "The one you wouldn't finish." That hit hard, because it was true. Not all stories in my book had been stolen, collected, rewritten. Some, just a few, were mine. And there was one in particular I had buried so deep I convinced myself it never even existed. A story that scared me because it wasn't grand or terrifying or cosmic. It was simple. Too simple. A boy alone in a hospital room, trying to rewrite the ending to his mother's life while she lay still, fighting for breath. I was 10, and I told myself if I just wrote the right words, she'd open her eyes. That was the first time I ever picked up a pen with desperation instead of curiosity. And it didn't work. She died. And I didn't finish the story, because the ending I wanted wasn't real. "You tried to make me into something else," the voice said. "You turned grief into fiction. You erased the truth to keep yourself from drowning in it." Tears started to form, but I didn't blink them away. I let them stay. Let them roll down. "Why now?" I whispered. "Why come back now?" "Because you're finally listening," it said gently. "You stopped chewing, and you started planting, and stories only speak when they think they'll be heard." A wind stirred through the mirror room. Not harsh, more like a sigh. Pages, unbound, floating, drifted in from cracks in the walls, carried by breath rather than breeze. Each page held fragments I didn't recognize, but they pulsed with that same undeniable feeling they were mine. All the bits I had swallowed over the years and locked away. The characters who had spoken through me but were never truly let out. Regrets, loves, questions I never let myself ask. I watched as the pages fluttered around the tree, each one drawn toward its bark like filings to a magnet. The tree accepted them, not consuming, not absorbing, just welcoming. Their ink slid into the bark like veins connecting to a larger body. I didn't even know a story could become part of something living like that. And then the voice spoke again, quieter this time, not just in my ears, but in my bones. "Finish it." I knew what it meant. Not for me, not for the mirror, for her, for my mother. So I knelt again, hands trembling, and pulled a page from my coat, a new one. Blank, not the seed, not the leaf, just paper, the old kind, and I began to write, not fiction, not metaphor, not closure, just the truth. She did not get to say goodbye. She did not open her eyes. She did not hold my hand, but she was loved, and that mattered. She mattered, the ink blood. But not like before, it shimmered, and the story, the unfinished, whispered. Aching memory settled beside me like a hand on my shoulder, not as a ghost, not as judgment, just as presence. She wasn't a story. I whispered. "No," said the voice. "She was the reason you became one." I don't remember standing. I don't remember placing the page in the tree, but I remember what happened after. The room changed. Not with light, not with noise, but with permission. Every mirror, even the cracked ones, began to reflect not me, but others. Faces I had read, lives I had carried. They were no longer screaming. They were not hungry. They were watching, waiting, and smiling, because they didn't need to be carried anymore. They could walk. The hunger had taken so many voices. But now, they were coming back. Not all at once. Not in a thunderclap, but one by one, like dawn seeping through shutters. And the story, the voice, my voice, no longer sounded like just one person speaking. It sounded like a choir, the girl who had rewritten herself. The boy who had chosen the worst parts of him to survive. The mother who never got her ending. The archivist who was never supposed to last this long. They all sang, and I listened, and for the first time in my life, I didn't try to fix them. I just stood in the middle of it all, of the ash and the bark and the broken glass, and heard them out. Because stories, they don't want to be saved. They want to be believed. And I believed them. Every word, every scar, every final sentence. Because now, at last, they spoke back. The tree wasn't growing anymore. It had stopped reaching, stopped humming, stopped whispering in the ink, colored tongue of buried stories. It stood still now, not dead, not even resting, just complete. Every leaf no longer curled with potential but glowed softly, pulsing with presence. Every branch bent in ways that felt deliberate, as if bowing in reverence. As if the tree itself understood it was no longer the center of something, but one of many centers. And I, for the first time in what felt like lifetimes, was no longer the orbiting moon. I was there, grounded, real, listening, not dictating. But that was when she returned. Not the girl from the paper field. Not the rewrite. Not the boy made of hunger. Not even the voice that had guided me into truth. She was the one I'd forgotten on purpose. The one I left out of every sentence, every memory, every rewrite. My sister. Nora. She didn't walk through the door. There was no door. She stepped through the crack between endings and beginnings, through the split between story and silence. And she was exactly as I remembered her, not the soft, blurred shape I kept tucked away in the folds of old dreams, but sharp and real and unfinished in all the right ways. Her hair was still the color of dark honey, her eyes too big for her face, always flicking around like she was scanning the air for things no one else could see. She had been gone longer than I cared to admit. Not physically. She died before the first story ever truly found me. But emotionally, she was the first page I ever tore from my own book. She had loved stories too, but she used to talk back to them. She didn't believe in passive reading. She believed in fighting with words, wrestling with them, clawing through the lies until you found the kernel that cut. And now she was standing in the middle of the mirror room, watching me. "Hey," she said. It broke me. Just that, one syllable, one impossible voice. I dropped to my knees, not from grief, not from joy, but from the sheer, aching recognition of someone who knew me before I buried myself in fiction. "You're not real," I whispered. "Because some habits die hard," she smirked. "Neither are you." That was fair. I looked up, blinking past tears that didn't ask for permission. "Why now?" She stepped closer. "Because you finally made space for me. You stopped making everything about the pain you chose and finally turned around to face the one you didn't." I tried to say something clever. Tried to find a metaphor, a line, anything that would make this feel narratively tidy. But Nora didn't want poetry. She wanted honesty. So I said what I never got to say when she died. "I'm sorry." And she smiled. That's when I noticed the light. It didn't come from the tree, or the sky, or any narrative god descending to reward closure. It came from her. Lines of glowing text rising from her skin like steam, words scrawled in delicate loops across her arms, her collarbone, her hands. I leaned closer. They were my words, the ones I had written about her, or rather, the ones I had never shared. Lines scribbled in margins, descriptions buried in old journals, memories I tried to erase but couldn't quite delete. They'd imprinted on her somehow, not like scars, but like echoes given shape. "You're made of what I couldn't say," I whispered. She nodded. "You didn't need to finish the story. You just needed to believe it was worth telling." I stood slowly, feeling something in my chest start to open, not break, not splinter. Unfurl, like wings, like a door, like a page turning not because it had to, but because it wanted to. "I thought remembering you would destroy me," I admitted. "It didn't," she said. "It rewrote you." She took my hand. And for the first time, it didn't feel like holding a ghost. It felt like holding a chapter that had been waiting for its place in the book. Together, we walked to the tree. She didn't speak. Neither did I. There was no need. We both knew what came next. At the base of the tree, beneath all the rooted pages and echoing memories, lay a single space untouched. Not blank, waiting. Nora let go of my hand and knelt, placing her palm gently against the soil. "I'm not here to stay," she said softly. "I'm here to be remembered properly." I knelt beside her. The final page pulsed in my coat. I pulled it out, still blank, still warm, still mine, but not just mine anymore. I wrote the first line with a hand that no longer shook. She didn't vanish. She waited. The page caught fire, not burning, not screaming, just glowing, a soft blue light, gentle and endless, spreading from the ink outward until the entire page shimmered like moonlight caught in glass. Then it sank into the ground, slowly, deliberately, and the tree responded, one final bloom, a single flower, pale gold, trembling. Nora stood, smiled. "I'm ready now." And she walked into the light of that flower, not disappearing, not fading, just continuing. The room dimmed, the tree stilled, and I was alone again. But I wasn't empty. She had been part of the story all along, and now, so was I, no longer as a collector, no longer as the archivist, just as someone who listens, and sometimes, if the story asks for it, answers back. There is no such thing as a final word. That's what I thought as I stood alone beneath the blooming tree in the room of broken mirrors, watching the last golden flower glow in the hush of memory. The stories had stopped whispering, not because they were done, but because they no longer needed to beg for attention. They had roots now, soil, a place to grow. I wasn't their guardian anymore. I wasn't their container. I was simply a witness, one who had finally learned the difference between telling a story and letting it speak. But the world, the real one, the one beyond the ink and memory and stitched together truths, had not waited for me. I knew that. I felt it tugging beyond the tree, felt its pull like a tide dragging at my feet, beckoning me back to streets and rooms and quiet hallways where lives were still unfinished, still messy, still unwritten. There was one final thing I had to do. One page remained, not blank, not glowing, just old. The first page I ever tore from a story I loved too much to finish. A fragment of something I was never brave enough to face. I had carried it for years, deep in the lining of my coat, beneath the layers of curated tragedy and borrowed voice. I had forgotten it was there, on purpose. But stories don't forget, they wait. And when I reached for it now, it trembled like a held breath finally being let go. I unfolded it. The words were jagged, childish, written in crayon, a boy's handwriting. My handwriting. The story wasn't long. It was a single scene, a boy sitting beside his mother in a white room, reading a book so loudly that even the machines seemed to pause and listen. And at the bottom, scribbled in the corner, 6 words I never dared to read until now. "If I read loud enough, she'll stay." I sat on the floor, and I read it aloud. All of it, even the broken parts. Especially the broken parts. My voice cracked, my throat burned, but I read every word like it mattered, because it did. When I reached the end, something unexpected happened. The page folded itself. Not into ash, but not into light, but into a bird, small, delicate, ink-feathered. It perched on my palm for a moment, its eyes dark and understanding, and then it took flight, up, through the shattered ceiling, into the sky, out into the world, carrying the story not as burden, but as song, and I laughed, a real one. The kind that tastes like salt and sunlight, the kind that doesn't need an audience. The mirror room began to fade. The tree shimmered, then thinned. The ground folded gently under my feet until I was standing on wood again. Floorboards I remembered, walls I had once painted with shadows. I was in the library, the first library, the one that burned without flames. Only now it wasn't burning. It was quiet, whole. Shelves intact, no chewing, no groaning, just the gentle hum of a building that knew it could rest. On the front desk sat a single journal, leather-bound, soft. I opened it and smiled, because there, in clean, careful handwriting, were the first words of a story I didn't write. Once upon a time, the stories woke up, and they didn't want revenge. They wanted to be heard. I closed the book and placed it on the highest shelf, not to forget, but to remember better. When I stepped outside, the sky was beginning to gray. Not storm gray, just morning. I walked down the path with no name, hands empty for the first time in years. No voices in my head, no hunger curling in my ribs. Just the quiet knowledge that stories, like people, don't end when the page does. They echo. They haunt. And if you're lucky, they come back when you're ready to listen. I stopped at the edge of the woods, where it all began. There was someone waiting there. A girl. Not the rewrite. Not Nora. Just a stranger with ink-stained hands and a notebook tucked under one arm. She looked up and smiled nervously. Is this the place where stories live? It used to be, I said. Now it's the place where they begin. She nodded and sat beneath a tree that wasn't there before. Not the hunger tree. Not the memory tree. Just a tree. New and alive. She opened her notebook and started to write. I didn't stay to read it. It wasn't mine to carry. It never was. I walked away slowly down the path that led back to the world, where stories are messy and painful and beautiful and unfinished, but most importantly, real. Because the truth, there's no such thing as a final word. There's only the courage to speak the next one, even when your voice shakes, especially then, the end, but not really.